It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like show tonight. Never feel so I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. It is NFL Week 15 here on December the 15th, just 10 days away from Christmas, just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters lead us in. And before that, more importantly than ever, your national anthem. It is NFL Week 15. How about that? We are getting close to wrapping up the season. We got a lot of football to go through this morning. Dave Del Grande back with us from the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll go ahead and pipe him in here in a few minutes as we have a long conversation with him. So we need to get to everything. Full slate of games, great games on the slate today. 5 games at the 4 o'clock, 4:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time window. A lot of competitiveness and a lot of meaningful action on the afternoon. We will come up with what we think are the best angles to approach this afternoon in efforts to win a lot of money. So, some weird things happening. And I talked to Dave Del Grande, like I just mentioned, and I brought this up to him right at the beginning of our interview. And he was in the dark about all of this, being out on the West Coast. So you wonder how the East Coast, West Coast bias plays into this. But from what I understand, this type of thing's happening all over the world at the moment. And of course, I'm talking about the mass drone sightings that we're talking about in the Northeast United States, particularly New Jersey, and trickling down through other states as well. And what is the purpose of these drones? And there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of things kind of coming out. A lot of it sounds very credible in what these could be. But I think I'm here to tell you now, I've kind of dialed into what I think is actually happening here. And this will be the first take that you'll hear on this, I believe. I've been doing a lot of investigating on this and past investigating as well. And if you know the history of our network here, we do have a show that we've done season 1 of a show called Inquisition Unknown ? In which we question a lot of the things happening beyond our terrestrial airwaves, aliens, the pyramids, how are they built, all that kind of stuff that is well debated by many. A lot of people with their eyes opened. A lot of people prefer to keep their eyes closed with this sort of thing. And this is something that will be kind of shaken off immediately by many. When I tell you this, you'll just think I'm crazy and a lunatic, but that's fine. I really don't care. But there is a history of extraterrestrial interference in regards to nuclear weapons in this world. When the Japanese had the meltdown after the tsunami, there were not accusations, but witness sightings of several extraterrestrial craft that were trying to correct and troubleshoot that situation. The thing is, guys, this is not our planet per se. This is a planet that belongs to the galactic whole, if you will. If you really believe what I believe, we are actually the product and the seeds of extraterrestrials. We are the hybrid. We are the experiment. We are manipulated DNA in which we are put into the likeness of, the people who visited this planet for hundreds of thousands of years at this point. We could go into this all day, to be honest with you. But the short story is that
this planet is not necessarily ours. It is a planet that belongs to, like I said, the galactic whole. Having devastation happen on this planet is not good for us, the human race, but it's not good for the extraterrestrials either. They don't want this planet, this beautiful planet, to succumb to a nuclear bomb, nuclear missile, radioactive fallout, rendering this place completely useless. There's documented military evidence of this as well. If you know the whole story behind Admiral Byrd, in which he was actually taken beneath the surface of the earth. Admiral Byrd is a famous World War II admiral for the United States Navy, where he met below the surface of the earth with extraterrestrials, in which they mentioned their displeasure of what's happening on the planet. Now, go back from this point to about 20, 25 years ago, when the Soviet Union, for longer than that, when the Soviet Union basically broke apart and broke into a bunch of different countries. What happened at that Soviet Union at that time is a lot of the weapons systems were actually unaccounted for, kind of disappeared into thin air. And I remember this actually at that time, where there was an estimated 50 nuclear suitcases that had disappeared from the hands of the Soviets through the breakup of the Soviet Union. And those 50 nuclear suitcases have gone unaccounted for, well, basically until now. It is the belief that there are at least 1, 2, and maybe more. Maybe this person back then acquired as many nuclear suitcases as they could. Maybe a Putin type of figure, per se. And these nuclear suitcases at this moment in time are now spread out around the globe. Now, the drones that you're seeing, there's a lot of argument. What are they? The Iranian drones? Are they Russian drones? Are they our own drones? Well, a lot of the things that you're seeing about these drones is that they're shape-shifting. They're morphing. They're changing shape. They're going from orbs to drones. They're flying up off the Atlantic Ocean from unknown origins. And we've talked about having military bases under the water for many, many years now. And I'm to the belief that these drones are of non-human origin, that they are not human origin. They are non-human, and they are attempting to render these nuclear suitcases ineffective. These are the extraterrestrials with these drones, looking for these dirty weapons, trying to get their hands on them, trying to put a stop to them so that they can preserve this planet for the galactic whole. It does no good for the extraterrestrials if this planet goes away. In fact, this is home to many of them that we just don't even realize or know about. I mean, they have military bases of their own underneath our mountains, subsurface. There's a lot to this. There really, really is. But the drones that you're seeing in the sky, I'm convinced, are of non-human origin. They're here to help us, though. They're not here to. At this point, they have to cause panic because they're panicking themselves in a sense that they need to get their hands on these nuclear suitcases before they detonate. At a football stadium on a Sunday afternoon with hundreds of thousands of people in the surrounding area. So there's a lot to it. Say your prayers, believe in your faith, believe that greater good will beat greater evil. And I think it's probably time for Inquisition Unknown ? Season 2 to hit the air. And who knows? This could be the last you ever hear of this program. The round robin, this could be our last show. Who knows what happens? But again, I just don't think these drones are from native origin. Yeah, I could be wrong, and I'll admit it when I am. I think they are from extraterrestrial origin. And yes, what they are doing is they are looking for nuclear suitcases in order to prevent them from detonating and making this planet a radioactive mess. It's just not in New Jersey. I mean, they are everywhere at this point, and in other countries as well. So this is a wide, thought-out plot that goes around the world, and it's an immense one. It's really hard for a lot of people to grasp, but it's just not a simple kid prank. Best be assured about that. All right, let's turn our focus to the NFL. I'll try to get an episode of Inquisition Unknown ? Up here later this week. This is a football program, and that's what we want to focus on as well. If you want to go back and listen to my drone alien thoughts here, then you can go ahead, rewind to the beginning of the program, and you can catch up with the football stuff as we go along this morning. So the point of the program is this. We've been coming to you for 3 seasons now. I am Stephen Murray. I have been a bookmaker for over 30 years. I have been a professional wagerer for many, many years. If you combined my experience of both sides of the book, placing bets and taking bets, that is well over 60 years. I have well over 30 years in the media. So with all those 3 combined, I mean, we're talking about close to 95 years experience. That's why someone like me can't have this program. I'm just not some schlep off the street here. We've been knowledgeable. It was small winner last week. I'll call it a push. We hit a live line touchdown score, but I'm in complete shock how we didn't win a complete fortune. Somewhere along the lines, I didn't tag up the right things. But I loved on the alt lines. I love the Steelers. It's probably the Steelers over. But I love the Steelers. I love the Jets points total over. I love the I love the Vikings to thrash the Falcons. And I love the 49ers to thrash the Bears. And all of that happened. I'm just surprised I didn't win more. So we move forward today. Let's see, week 15, if you count the losses and the draws and the wins. We are right now 9 wins for the week, 2 losses and 3 pushes where we won our money back and didn't lose anything. So you take that overall for sure, and still free rolling here for the rest of the NFL season. All right. So what we do all morning is look for the best angles, the best lines, the best bets. We'll make a couple tickets through the course of the morning, and we'll get my man Dave Del Grande in here from Castro Valley, California here shortly, and that way we can go through everything with him. We'll get nephew Dave back in studio. Maybe the Ant-Man as well will emerge from his cocoon, and we'll go through the slate then as well. All right, so NFL lines overnight. Let's see what kind of line changes we've had. The Commanders are at the Saints. Commanders minus 7.5, 43.5. Saints win at the Giants last week. No Derek Carr today, and the Commanders are coming off the bye. A homecoming for Jaden Daniels as he returns to the Bayou with the Commanders. Good game perhaps for Washington. I really do like Washington in that game. I'll give you a hint right off the bat there. Cincinnati, they're not playing for anything, but they are at Tennessee as a favorite, minus 4.5, 46.5. So what is their effort today with the Bengals and what is a meaningless game overall? We will discuss. I think they could almost sneeze and not care and still beat Tennessee, but we'll get everyone's thoughts on that throughout the morning as well. Good game with the Dolphins and the Texans. Texans minus 2.5, 46.5. No one's talking about the Texans and their 2-game lead being vulnerable here in the AFC South. I'm here to tell you the Colts are live still, not only to make the playoffs, but even win that division. They'd be suited, the Colts, with a win today, and the Texans lost at the hands of the Dolphins. The Dolphins still alive for a playoff spot themselves. Can we see a lot of points here? I think we can. 46.5 seems awfully low for these two football teams. Miami and Houston could be a really, really good game down there in Texas this afternoon, 1:00 p.m. Eastern kickoff for that. It looks like we have a little bit of a wet, windy scenario in Cleveland with the Chiefs and the Browns. The Chiefs lay 4.5, over under 42.5. David Njoku is questionable. That's going to be a big thing for me. But I think the weather overall will stray me away from this one. We'll get more into this as we go. The Chiefs, AFC West division winners, they clinched last week on the doinked field goal. Smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. The same thing the Chiefs have been doing for the last couple of seasons now. The Cowboys are in Carolina. Carolina minus 2.5, 42.5. No weather issues here in Carolina with Dallas coming to town. Can we see points in this game? The Panthers have been a natural over. The Cowboys' defense is decimated at this point. CeeDee Lamb should be able to run free through the Panthers' secondary himself. Cowboys still with a pulse. Carolina playing competitively against these better teams. So we'll see what happens in Charlotte this afternoon. The Jets, can they finally get a win? It's like the little engine that could, trying to get up the mountain, just having a hard time at the top, barely losing a couple games in the last couple of weeks. They haven't won in forever, but here they are at lowly old Jacksonville. The Jets are minus 3.5, 40.5. I think I like this as one of my better plays of the day, perhaps. Aaron Rodgers has to be sick of hearing about how bad they are. I think we can get a good Jets output this afternoon. They've been good on our team points the last couple of weeks. So let's go ahead and pencil them in. But there's been no line movement in this game overnight. The Ravens are 16.5 and 42.5. Coming off the bye, Tommy Cutlets will be the quarterback for the Giants. This could be a complete whitewashing. I think the Ravens can almost name their score in this game. 1:00 Eastern kick for that. And then 5 games in the late slate, which we love. Colts and Broncos. Playoff type of game here. Means everything for both teams. The Colts catch 3.5, 44.5 for them. Denver coming off a bye. I thought this game was in Indy initially. Much more competitive, I think, perhaps if it was in an Indy. But we'll see what kind of road effort the Colts have with Anthony Richardson and company, Jonathan Taylor, this afternoon. The Patriots are in Arizona. Arizona, this is a must-win for them. They've lost, I think, 3 in a row now. It's minus 6.5 for them. 46.5 is the total. What kind of effort do you get across country from this New England team is the question here. But, hey, my man Christian Gonzalez, he locks down – excuse me, he locks down number ones. And he'll be all over Marvin Harrison Jr. today. So what does that mean for guys like Trey McBride, maybe even John Connor in the receiving game? You know we love him with receive yards. The Buccaneers catching a field goal at the Chargers, 45.5. This could be a good old-fashioned quarterback shootout here with Baker Mayfield and Justin Herbert. Lacking a little bit in the running game are the Chargers. Banged up on defense are the Buccaneers. 45.5 right now seems a little light. We'll get everyone's take on that as we go through the morning. And then really good games as well in this window with the Steelers and the Eagles. AFC North, number 1 against NFC East, number 1. The Eagles are minus 5.5, 42.5. This game is at the Link. The Bills coming off their wild 44-42 loss at the Rams last week will come into Detroit, where Detroit's defense is going to be concerning for me. Detroit laying 2.5 54.5 in this game. So the highest total of the season with the Lions and the Bills. I mean, either of these two games, Eagles, Steelers, Bills, Lions, could be your Super Bowl matchup at the end of the day. So good games throughout that time slot this afternoon here in NFL Week 15. The night game is Green Bay and Seattle. Another good game. Means a lot for both teams. The Packers -2.5, 46.5 on the road in Seattle. Geno Smith has been great. I'm a Geno knocker, but just down the stretch here, they've been playing fabulous. The Packers, I feel like, need to cross their T's and dot their I's just a hair more. But competitive game tonight in Seattle. And then we have the doubleheader tomorrow with Vegas hosting the Falcons, and the Vikings will host the Bears, the 2-loss Vikings. Got to give it to my guys, the Ant-Man and Dave, nephew Dave. They've been on Jordan Addison, and he has been simply crushing it for Minnesota. So I don't see much line movement. Weather shouldn't be too much of an issue here today. No weather issues in Denver. Colder day, but no weather issues at the Meadowlands. It looks like we're dry in Jacksonville as well. Carolina, we're dry. Cleveland looks like the one lone spot where we could have some bad weather, wind, and some rain. And Tennessee should be fine here with Cincinnati. All right. Let's go ahead and cue up our man, Dave Del Grande. He is a longtime beat reporter for the Golden State Warriors. What does that mean for our show? Well, it means he lives in the San Francisco Bay Area and he knows everything California sports. So our main focus with him is the NFC West, AFC West. But we're going to go through all the games today since we have so many good ones. Dave is a columnist at Field Level Media. He is also a senior analyst with Stat Factor, the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. And he is also a writer and contributor for Deadspin. So let's bring on our man from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. Are you guys getting any drone sightings in your neck of the woods?
I don't know what you're talking about, but no.
Okay. Yeah, the mass drone, a lot of drones from coming over the ocean into New Jersey the last few days, in the New York area, down to Maryland, now trickling into Virginia, North Carolina. They said they had some in California, Southern California, and Nevada, but basically these drones don't give off a heat signature. They're coming in by the multiple dozens, and no one can account for what they are.
Sorry, no sightings. It's been, if you watch the Thursday night game, the weather hasn't been particularly great out here. I don't know if cloudy skies make a difference in viewing drones or not, but it's been cloudy and rainy here for a couple of days. But nope, no Santa sightings either yet.
Interesting. That's interesting news perspective, just because the East Coast, I mean, that's all we're talking about right now. And here we are. We have a West Coaster, you, Mr. Dave Del Grande. And you're like, what the hell's going on? What are you talking about?
It's like we were talking tsunami a couple weeks ago
right.
or last week or whatever. And I'm sure East Coasters are like, what the heck is that?
Here's something that I haven't heard anyone talk about. And I'm wondering if it's been mentioned out there. Let's say what you will about it, and we'll go back to the Thursday night game. Say what you will about the Thursday night game. You can tell me in a second who's the punching bag out there. There's probably a lot of people. I'm sure Purdy's getting punched. I'm sure Shanahan's getting punched. I'm sure Debo is. But what about my guy Jennings? Although I get it, Purdy's throwing that ball late into double coverage, and the ball looks to be overthrown. But, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and it's not like he got a super long glimpse on the television. But the arm motions and just the body language of Jennings going towards the end zone, it didn't look like to me he was in fifth gear. It looked like he was more like in third gear, and maybe he doesn't think the ball is coming to him, and maybe he realizes too late that it's going to be an interception. But to me, you got to be faster than that and make a play on that ball. You got to turn into a defender there. Haven't heard anyone say anything about that. Did you catch that? Is that a topic out there at all?
Well, no, it's not a topic at all. I mean, Jennings has been a guy who the fans have been in love with in recent years as a clutch receiver, third and Jawan, a guy that you put in the game when you need 8 yards on 3rd and 7, but basically has understood his role behind Debo and Ayuk, and I think and has stepped up when needed. Now, and so I think the fans have come to like him. He obviously had a nice Super Bowl last year. So I'm not sure he can do if he had dropped that same ball that Debo dropped in the game, I don't think the fans would have batted an eye, because I think they kind of see him as an overachiever. I talked about him a little during the year. He's just not if you look physical talent, he can't be a top 50, top 100 NFL receiver. He's not a speed guy. He's not a tough guy over the middle. He's just one of these veteran receivers, maybe kind of what the Dolphins were hoping Beckham would be, and bringing him in late is like, beat your man one-on-one on that little out pattern, get us the first down, and go sit down on the bench for 10 minutes, and we'll call you again. That one play in particular you're talking about, there has been a lot of talk about that play, but none of it about Jennings. I mean, Shanahan was asked after the game, and then again the day after, what the heck was Purdy looking at on that play? Because there's like 3 defenders back there.
Right. Yeah.
And Jennings is not a deep receiver. I mean, if you're running Jennings on a deep pattern, it's because there's something wrong with the coverage, and he's gotten behind the defense, and we're going to throw it down there to him. I didn't see any indication of that, and so Shanahan's been asked, what did he see there? Should he have thrown that ball? You asked who's been kind of thrown under the bus, and there's been a lot of that to go around, but none to Jennings. Like you said. I mean, I've never seen Purdy play a worse game, and a lot of that was, man, he just didn't seem to have a zip on the ball. That they blamed that in the first half on wet balls. I find that hard to believe. It wasn't. This is San Francisco, for crying out loud. It wasn't raining that hard. It's one of those things about our area here. The worst day to drive to work in the morning is the first day that it rains that year, because people don't even know how to turn on their windshield wipers, and it's like the ball was a little wet, and that's causing, a scoreless first half or whatever. You got to be kidding me. And of course, the second half was perfectly dry. And then the broadcaster at one point on a pass that Purdy threw over the middle, kind of the 49er staple of throwing the ball in the middle of the coverage. I forget the exact term that he used, but he said, floated it, I want to say. It's like, it's like, oh man, that's a bad term to use on a ball thrown over the middle into coverage. But he just didn't seem to, he didn't have any zip on the ball. And I'm left to wonder, man, is his shoulder bothering him more than he's putting on? He's not, he's got a below average arm to start with. No disrespect there. I mean, when you start comparing guys to, Herbert and, these guys with the big rocket arms, well, of course you got a below average arm. That doesn't really mean anything, because he's great in other areas. But I don't know, this game, it looked weird to me. It looked like he made poor decisions. I don't know why they didn't throw more, real short stuff. In fact, if that play in question you're talking about, if you watch the replay of that play, you see as he's throwing the ball, you see that there's the running back, I'm not sure which one it was, is about 4 or 5 yards downfield in the middle of the field. No one within 10 yards of him. And then there's I think it was the tight end, so it probably was Kittle, over on the left-hand side in the left flat. Same thing, about 5 yards down the field. Nobody within 10 yards of him. It's just the kind of plays that the 49ers should have been trying to make during the game. Get the 5-10 yards at a time. Let's move the chains, start the, first down again, rather than, I don't know what they were doing in there. I mean, I've never seen them have more 3 and outs. Now, credit the Rams a bit for that. Credit the fact that you don't have Ayuk. You don't have a second tight end. You're down to your 4th string running back. Okay, that all makes sense. Even more so than, okay, let's play a little more conservatively. And I don't know. It was a real head-scratching offensive game, I thought.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be an interesting offseason, right, for the 49ers. Is there any scenario, say the Bears come along, make him an offer he can't refuse? I'm not sure how he's locked into that contract. I guess you get compensated with draft picks if that's what it's going to come down to, when these coaches change teams. But do you see any way Shanahan might just say, I don't know, this is kind of a mess, I'm out of here?
I find that hard to believe.
Right.
I mean, look at their roster. And what other team in the league can line up, Bosa and Warner,
right,
and now they got Greenlaw back, and on the other side, you got you got Kittle, you got 2 great receivers, you got the top running back in the league, you've got the, good young quarterback, you got the best left tackle in the league. It's like, okay, some teams can match you 3, 4, maybe 5 of those guys. They got like 8 guys, that are all, on their best day. And maybe that's the problem. So some of their best days may be behind them. But on their best day, you've got 8 guys who no other team can match. So fine, you want to leave here and you want to go to Chicago, where they don't got Nick Bosa there. They don't got Trent Williams there. They got a couple of nice receivers. They don't got McCaffrey there. I'm guessing their quarterback is going to be pretty good. But I mean, yeah, you can match 2 or 3 of them, and you're giving up a whole lot to go. And there are far worse teams than Chicago.
Right.
So I don't know. I find it hard to believe that he would want to leave this kind of situation. And at this point, I don't think they would want him to leave either.
Okay, I'm going to assume they're going to sign Purdy, even though I'm sure there's resistance out there to that, like we've talked about before. I'll assume they make that deal. But even if they do they draft a quarterback anyway?
I don't see why they would. I mean, Shanahan, nobody's got a bigger ego in the NFL. And I think he believes that he could, he created Purdy out of the last pick of the draft. Why would we go out and use a pick on a quarterback when we can bring in, I mean, who do they got? Allen now, that they brought in as their backup quarterback.
Right.
They've had, when they've had injuries in the past, they've brought out some really bad quarterbacks.
Right.
And they've been serviceable. I mean, guys aren't in the league anymore. Well, that which tells you that Shanahan got something out of these guys that nobody else was able to get. And so, they got bigger problems. They, the wide receiver issue to me is a big one because they've gone in the opposite direction of where I've talked about, I think teams should be going, which is younger with your wide receivers. Don't pay them the money. You've got great young talent coming out every year in college football. There will be 10 more of these guys coming out next year. who are every bit as good as Ayuk and Debo. The last thing you want is to be locked into $50 to $60 million on wide receivers, where you could be paying $5 million total and get two guys that are just as good. And now they're stuck with Ayuk because they gave him the big money. And boy, was that, I mean, he gotten hurt, but even before he was hurt, he wasn't doing very well. They got to be questioning that decision. And now you've got Debo, coming up, to a contract situation. He would be the classic guy that, we can't. We got to draw the line somewhere. We're paying our quarterback now, $40 million than we did last year. We got to get rid of $40 million somewhere. Let's draft a wide receiver to get ourselves a real top notch. Because the 49ers, you look at their team, and as you saw Thursday night, this is a very good defensive team when they're healthy. When you got Greenlaw in there with Warner, you've got as good a linebacker tandem as there is in the league. And they got a very, very underrated secondary. They've had a lot of injuries the last couple of years. It's helped develop some of the other talent. Now they got so much of the. I mean, the Hufunga came back, and is back in there, a strong safety where he was an All-Pro a couple of years ago, and all the talk was, wow, what do we do with Brown now? He's been doing so great, can't afford to take him out. Well, there's nowhere for him to play. And so they've got a good depth of defensive back talent. They've reshaped their defensive line. They keep bringing in guys. Remember Hargrave got big time signing from the Eagles this year. He's been out all year, so you got him in both. I mean, you've got the makings of even arguably the best defense in the entire NFL. Next season if these guys come back healthy. So now we're not spending any high picks over there. Where are we going to do it on offense? Well, we're not going to draft a running back high. We're not going to draft a tight end. We're not going to draft a quarterback. Yes, we do. We could use a couple offensive linemen. So that makes it perfect for them to say, this is the year to go after that big time wide receiver. They'll be drafting higher than they have for years. I wouldn't be surprised if next year you see their draft come out, wide receiver, offensive tackle, offensive guard with their first three picks, all on offense.
And I'll say this about the wide receivers too. I mean, A.J. Brown, wanting the football, complaining after their team wins. I mean, these guys' mouths aren't going to help the market for them, right?
Well, we've seen this before with A.J. Brown. So that didn't surprise me at all. It's as I've mentioned now, probably have mentioned every week out the show, I find it amazing the quality of talent that's available at wide receiver.
Right.
And yes, you look at someone like Chase and Jefferson, and these kinds of guys where you say, yeah, you know what? No, we don't want a young receiver. We want one of these guys. And those guys are, certainly a couple of exceptions to the rule. Lamb hasn't been as good this year as he was last year. But, you can blame that on the quarterback situation. So there are a handful of wide receivers, certainly, that are worth the money. It's that second group of receivers that, to me, you give me a choice of Debo, who's done a lot of great things for the 49ers. You give me a choice of Debo at $20 million or the number 15 pick in the draft, which you're talking about maybe the second or third wide receiver taken, at $3 million or whatever you're paying that guy. That to me is just a no-brainer.
Right. All right. A lot of fun games potentially this weekend, at least from my vantage point. We got a lot of football to get through. So we'll just get right to it for the most part. All right. My general take, just looking at the slate, is that we have potential for points in games at least by one team. So maybe an alternate team over in a circumstance, the other team doesn't show up. So a few blowouts and then a few higher scoring games. I think this is the best slate we've had in a few weeks. Kind of reminds me of the week 1 slate where you just have a bunch of competitive games lined up against each other. I like the fact that there's 5 games in the late window, which would be 4 o'clock Eastern time, 1 o'clock Pacific. But a good competitive week overall, and I think we can have a lot of fun here. That's my general take out of the gate. What's yours?
Well, I do agree. First of all, I only see one blowout game this week. I mean, there's the potential for a couple others. One clearly stands out over the rest. But I
have a couple, so we'll figure that out.
I do agree with you that there are a lot of very intriguing, should be fun game to watch, type of games, even with the potential of them being high scoring. Problem is we're in week 15, and these teams, for the most part, that we're going to be talking about in these games, all are playing very important games. And many of them are playing in colder weather. I mean, that combination of things does not scream
points.
Shootout.
Right.
Yeah, let's just fling it all over the ballpark. In some way you saw that in the 49ers Rams game. It was a critically important game for these teams. Two teams that you would say were above average offensively. And I mean, look, the Rams ran the ball 35 times, in that game. I'm not here to say that, we've got the potential of other no touchdown games on the board here. But, when you put two teams out there, like Miami and Houston, Indianapolis and Denver, Buffalo and Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay and the Chargers, Green Bay, Seattle, all of these games involve two teams that need to win. And it should be a really entertaining games to watch. And I just, my initial thought of these games is, man, it's, tight game, field goals, neither team scoring more than 24 points. I mean, kind of like playoff football. So we'll find some exceptions to that rule, but I'm not necessarily with you in terms of real, big number potential on this week's slate.
Okay, let's start at the top. 1 o'clock Eastern. This is not an AFC West or NFC West team. We're just going to go game by game and see where we get here. But this would be blowout number 1 for me. I don't think the Saints are going to do well with Haener at quarterback here. He's going to be better than Spencer Rattler, but this is a homecoming for the quarterback for Washington. I mean, this is he's probably going to have a lot of family in the crowd. This is a game where Lattimore is going to get that defense probably a little bit more fired up. I would think that even the Washington defense, if I can find Lattimore for a pick somewhere, just individually, I'm going to see if we can get a good number on it. But I don't doubt that the Commanders score on defense in this game either. I think that they can put up somewhere in the mid-30s in this game. I think the Saints will be lucky to get 13 or 14. Maybe 17 will be the generous high end of the deal. But at the end of the day, I think the Commanders will double up the Saints here. Robinson Jr. is going to end up having a good game, I think, for sure. But I think it's all about the quarterback here for Jaden Daniels for the Commanders. Again, it's a little bit of a homecoming game for them. They're going to have a little extra pep in their step. The Rams won the other night. They need this, and this is a good opponent for them coming off the bye. So this would be the first game in which I will look at a Commander. If I do an alt line, that's fine. But what I'm more likely to do is the alternate team total. And I will probably end up doing both at the end of the day because you know how greedy I am. But give me the Commanders here. I don't think the Saints have much of a chance in this game. So your thoughts on that?
Well, I think you're underestimating the Saints' defense. I think the Saints' defense is very good, and this is a big game for the Saints. Bigger game for the Saints probably than it is for Washington. And Washington put themselves in a pretty good position where, not that you want to lose to the Saints because you've got some big games coming up, but the Saints they could win the division title.
Yep.
And their defense has played very well. Washington's offense seems to have lost some steam. I think New Orleans got to go into this game thinking we're not going to fling the ball. We can't get into a shootout with this team. We're going to lose badly. We need to play very, very conservatively, run the ball a lot, which they like to do and can do, and kind of take the air out of the football and bring the score down as far as possible. Try to keep it, under 20, and which is going to be very hard to do against Washington. Like I said, Washington's got a lot of weapons, but this is the way New Orleans has to approach this game. And it is, and a lot of times you get these teams, and Washington's one of them. When's the last time they played a big game? They've got to be tense going into this game. They got a young quarterback. They go in, New Orleans is not an easy place to play and go in there and win. I don't know. I'm not sure they really know how to win a game like this, low-scoring playoff type game. So I'm not saying, I think New Orleans is going to win this game because I agree with you. There's really no reason to believe New Orleans is going to score more than 13 points in this game. Question is, what's Washington going to get, against New Orleans defense? It wouldn't surprise me if they have a hard time cracking 20 in this game. So I think to me, it's a stay away from game.
All right, so nothing on Kamara if you think that the Saints are going to try to rely on him?
Well, my fear is exactly what you talked about.
Right.
Is if this game starts to get away from New Orleans, it can really get away from New Orleans,
right,
because they ain't going to play catch-up ball, very effectively with their backup quarterback in there. Now, that said, they start falling behind. Instead of giving the ball to Kamara up the middle, they're going to start, swinging the ball out to him out of the backfield. He's as good a pass catcher as there is among the backs. And, you're going to see, no doubt, you're going to see Taysom Hill, taking, I'm going to guess at least 10 snaps in this game.
He's out for the season, right?
Oh,
yeah. I thought they.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. You're correct.
Yep.
And so, I fear that Washington has the potential. New Orleans is not going to win a one-sided game here. If anybody wins a one-sided game, it's going to be Washington. That's a bit of a concern for me when you got a quarterback who puts a very low ceiling on the number of points and the offensive production your team is going to get. Do you really want to get involved with any of their guys? So I'm going to take a pass all the way around. Like I said, there's a lot of intriguing games here. We'll find some stuff in those games better than this one.
Okay. All right. I'll just mention these. You don't even have to say anything, but I'll give this for the listeners. The total points, 26.5 for Washington. The Saints are at 16.5. And if you want the Saints to win the division, you're getting 120 to 1 odds right now. How about that?
Well, yeah. Well, again, it's one of those things where the more these teams play, the more you realize how meaningless their games are, because when they lose, 2 of the other 3 teams in their division also lose. Maybe, all 3 of them. I mean, you look at the teams in their division, and New Orleans loses this game and say, oh, man, they couldn't afford to lose this one. Well, you know what? Tampa Bay just went to L.A. and lost to the Chargers, and Atlanta just went to Las Vegas and lost to Las Vegas. So, I mean, they all lost. So, in the end, nothing was lost. Let's come back next week, and with our terrible quarterback, probably. Who knows? But so it's weird, weird division. And so, yes, anything can happen in that division, no doubt about it. But with this question mark with the quarterback, and then you've got a Olave situation, how much is he going to play? Moving forward, I can see why the line's
Right. All right. I think you're going to disagree with me on this one. The Bengals are minus 4.5, 46.5. And this is purely mainly a fade of Tennessee at this point. I think they've packed it in for the season. I wasn't impressed what they did in that game against Jacksonville at home last week. I actually expected a little bit more from them, even though they ended up getting the win there. The Bengals are still alive. They need it. Jamar Chase cannot, like you said, he cannot be covered. It doesn't matter who you throw back on defense back there. They can't stop this guy. What he's been doing has been amazing. If you've been betting him for 2 touchdowns or even 3 touchdowns all year long, you've been getting paid off. That's been one of the better bets here. The 2 touchdown bet for Chase has just been on fire for that guy straight up. At the end of the day, there's just going to be more weapons here. Burrow's probably a little pissed off. His home's been broken into. He'll take that out a little bit on the Titans here. A game that the Bengals barely have a pulse to stay alive here. But I think the Titans are an easy enough opponent for them. I get it. The Titans coach comes from Cincinnati. He's going to know these guys better than anyone. I get it. Nashville's kind of a tough place to play for anybody. It'll be, cold, but it's not crazy. It'll be upper 40s, lower 50s in Nashville. The Bengals are fine with that kind of weather anyway. I don't find this out of the realm of possibility that the Bengals don't win this game by 14 points. So I'll lay 12.5 here on some sort of an all line. I think the Bengals can coast into the low 30s at least anyway. They score a lot of points every game they play, no matter what. Let's see, their baseline's 25.5. That's going to be low enough for me. So I'll trust Chase. I'll trust the Bengals. And I'll trust the other Chase Brown too. I mean, this guy continues to deliver for my fantasy team personally. And if you bet him for a touchdown, he's been about as good as it gets as well. So the Titans here in a game in December where they have packed their bags for Cancun, it means a little bit more for Cincinnati. I got to imagine the Bengals can win this by double digits. And you know what? If they don't, they really don't deserve to be a playoff team anyway. So your take on this one?
Well, I question whether the Bengals are still in contention, because they really aren't.
Right. Barely a pulse. Barely.
They've taken a lot of body blows in recent weeks of tough games where they played well and they just find a way to lose at the end. Here we go again last week, and now I mean we've talked about the schedule in the AFC North and how a lot of these teams are playing each other down the stretch, which.
No polls for Cincinnati. You're correct. The Bengals have nothing to play for here.
Right. And so whether these teams are in the race or out of the race, it's very easy to get excited if you're a Bengal to play the Steelers, to play the Ravens, maybe even to play the Browns as an in-state rival. There is zero excitement to go down to Tennessee, on their grass surface and grind it out against this Tennessee team that's actually decent defensively. And so I just wonder if Cincinnati's going to show up for this game.
Right.
I mean, on paper it looks like Chase, should have a big game. I would think Cincinnati, Tennessee is not. This is kind of like the New Orleans game. Tennessee's not going to score a whole lot of points. So if you're playing that team, like let's just grind it out. Let's walk away with a 24-9 win at the end of the day. And so when that's the case, do you really want to go with Chase for 2 touchdowns when they're only going to score 3, and that Brown's going to be getting the ball 20 times in the game? I'd be much more likely to go with Brown in this game, figuring he's going to be very, very busy in this game. And so, I think Cincinnati's going to find a way to win. But like I said, I just don't see where, the drive to practice this week or the drive that, my hamstring's a little sore. I'm going to take this week off, and next week I'll come back and I'll play, the Steelers or whoever we're playing next week. It's funny because that's the reaction I got from the 49ers game Thursday night when they lost it and basically put themselves in the same situation as Cincinnati, and Shanahan saying after the game, well, there's still a possibility, so we're going to really come back next week and give it our all. Like, no, you aren't. These guys know exactly where they stand. You think Trent Williams is really anxious to come back next week or at all the rest of the season and play these meaningless games. And I just, I look at Cincinnati and like I said, this season has to have been as tough on Cincinnati as any other team in the league. And now they've fought it, and now they've lost the war. They've lost that battle. And so why are we even showing up? So again, there are so many games on the slate here where both teams are going to show up, or at least one of them is, and maybe that that gives you a mismatch. This game here, it's the bottom, the bottom game on the ticket, or and I don't know. I'm going to stay away from games like that.
46.5 does seem high when we talk about it in that regard.
So, but like I said, if I took anything in this game, it would revolve around Brown, and his. He really should get 20 touches in this game, and which means he should go upward of 80 yards. He'd be my guy in this game, but I can already tell you that's going to be a C ticket kind of guy, because they're we're going to get to A and B ticket guys.
All right. 16.5 the rushing attempts for Chase Brown. 66.5 is his yards.
I think both of those are good numbers.
Okay.
I think both of if I played this game, I'd play both of those over.
I think we're going to agree on this one. I think we can see points in this Houston-Miami game. And I get it as almost a de facto playoff game for Miami here. And Houston, like you said, I mean, the Houston better watch out. They're going to everyone's kind of chalking them in as the AFC champion. They still have work to do in that regard, even though the Colts are a couple games back here. If things went right for the Colts this weekend and bad for the Texans, they're going to find themselves in a dogfight here with a few games left. But 46.5 is the total here. Miami's catching a couple 2.5 points. I like the Texans' defense better than the Dolphins' defense, but I like how the Dolphins are, of any team, probably trending the right way on offense more so than anybody who hasn't been doing anything. The team that kind of rises, the team kind of around Thanksgiving time to the end of the season, we always have that one team who is the Phoenix rising from the ashes, so to speak. And the Dolphins are trying to play that role. I could see that happening. They get some cold games coming up too. I get it with Cleveland, and I think still with the Jets. But this is a winnable game for Miami here. I think we'll see points. 46.5 seems light. The Texans better watch out because they could definitely lose this game. And, the division is not a lock here. So go ahead and give me your thoughts here.
I agree 100%. And Miami is trending upward. Miami's kind of this team where Cincinnati has been in the last couple of weeks. They're one loss away from cashing it in big time, but they're not there yet. And, they win this game, and they'll come back next week and they'll, continue to ride that momentum. And I think they're at least a 50-50 shot to win this game. They've really got a nice thing going offensively. Obviously, with Tua able to stay healthy, it's really helped them. But all of a sudden, Waddle's catching passes, Hill is catching touchdown passes, and Jonnu Smith who
Scores
we
again.
talked
Yep,
about last
overtime.
week, and,
Yep.
oh my goodness, I wasn't even sure he was suited up, until they went to overtime, and then all of a sudden they threw him a couple passes, including a touchdown, and it's like, oh, okay, there he is. Your anytime touchdown. I wasn't expecting it to happen in the 68th minute of the game, and of course, Achan's having a really nice season. And so, I I think Miami's offense is really trending in a nice direction, and I think Houston has the weapons to match points. It's every bit as as big a game for Houston as it is, as you mentioned, as it is for Miami. I think that Houston will try to run the ball, try to keep Miami's offense off the field, and they certainly have the weapon to do that. I think Mixon should be very, very busy in this game against the Miami defense that I think is very average. So I think there's a lot of different ways you can go in this game, and I agree with you that this game should be, it should at least be in the high upper 20s for both teams, if not, one team sneaking into the 30 to 31-27 type of win. So I think this is a green light kind of game.
Yeah, I think I said it last week with the Rams and the Bills. It could end up being a low scoring game, but you better play at least one safe to be sorry ticket, or let's be safer than sorry ticket, and play everything for a super over, and they get to 86 points. This could be one of the higher scoring games of the season if things broke right here, because they will be indoors. That's going to conduce points, you will think, with these two. So go ahead. Give me your best plays you think for this one. Anything on a primary ticket here?
Well, I was looking at how Houston's done against quarterbacks recently, and noted that Cooper Rush and Levis and Mac Jones. I mean, you're talking about three of the bottom four quarterbacks in the league.
Right.
Have averaged 290 yards per game passing against Houston. So this is, I think, Tyreek Hill is obviously the guy with the highest potential in this game. He hasn't had a great season, but he is coming on much stronger as of late. I would think if I picked anybody in this game, to score a touchdown, he would be my guy. But like I said, I think you could look at, you could look at Smith there. You could look at Tua's, numbers. I think that they're all, well, I'd like to hear the numbers.
Let's see. Tyreek Hill for a touchdown is at, let's see here, plus 130. He's 71.5 for his receiving yards. Tua is 264.5 is his baseline. For 2 touchdowns for Tua is at minus 130. Stroud for 2 touchdowns is plus 104. But Mixon could counterfeit him and get 3 touchdowns all day or something. Mixon is just plus 230 for 2 touchdowns in this game.
Yeah, well, he's going to be busy in this game. He has a chance to, I'd put him in the same category as Brown among the guys we talked about so far. He's got a chance to lead the entire league in number of carries this week. I mean, he's a workhorse kind of guy. This is a game where they've got to go into this game recognizing that Miami has really got a nice thing going offensively. And, how do you deal with that? Well, you get them out of their rhythm. You hold the ball for 6, 8, 10 plays. But Tua's 2 TDs is very attractive because they're not a team that, they don't got David Montgomery. They don't got, the Philly quarterback, when they get down to the goal line, they're not going to do anything stupid like let's sneak it in or let's plunge it in with our big back. They're just as like, let's swing it to Achan in the flat, let him run in, or let's run a goofy reverse and throw them. So I think that in a game where Miami projects, to score minimum of 3 touchdowns, or more likely 4. Will Tua, have something to do with 2 of those 4 touchdowns? I think that's very easy to project. So I'm switching over to him as my top prediction in the game.
All right.
At the Oakview, 2 or more touchdowns.
All right. 2 touchdowns on the primary ticket goes to a Tagovailoa minus 130. And we can always throw what's that?
Tua suffices.
Yeah. We can always throw Tyreek on a greedy ticket somewhere. 10-1 for 2 touchdowns for Tyreek, which that's actually pretty good for him. To be honest.
That is.
Let's see here. The old 3 touchdowns for Mixon and 11-1.
He's been very disappointing all year, but not recently. Now, recently
right.
he's found a way into the end zone without really having any of his marquee 75-yard touchdown catches. So if you throw one of those in there this week, then all of a sudden that 2 TD number looks awfully attractive.
Jonnu Smith plus 200 for a touchdown. If you guys want to go back to the well on him somewhere on a greedy ticket as well. All right, Kansas City and the Browns. This is one of our AFC West teams. The Chiefs hit the road. They win their division on a doink field goal against the Chargers and what is another low-scoring, close, last-second type of game that the Chiefs seem to play every week. But I think the Browns have some problems here. Not only do they not have Tillman correctly, he's still going to be out.
Yeah,
but I think Njoku might have an issue here as well.
Yeah, he does too. Yep. He's questionable.
Yeah, he's questionable, and they need him, I think, if they're going to compete in this game. Otherwise, they're going to be down to Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore. They'll be a little bit more predictable. And the Kansas City defense is very opportunistic. The problem here is looks like we got some rain and we have some winds. Not only winds, they could be crosswinds blowing side to side as well here in the stadium. So this kind of makes me want to stay away from any kind of points here. The Chiefs haven't proven to be an over team. The Browns were a semi-automatic over team. They didn't go over in the Saints game. They didn't go over last week against the Steelers, only getting 14 points. So the jig might be up on them a little bit as well with Winston at quarterback. I would expect the Kansas City defense to be able to get an interception. I think if you want to go back to the Winston interception prop in this game, I think that's fine, especially if we got some bad weather here. Probably the Chiefs win an ugly game again. I mean, it's probably the same old story that they've had going. So I'll stick with it. And for that, I'll basically just lay off it, I think. I might take a look when it pops on the board here at some receiving yards for Pacheco, if I can get a hold of that. I don't see him listed yet. In fact, they have just Pacheco for his rushing yards of 55.5, which actually might not be bad if it's going to be bad weather here. That might be that's a pretty low number. So he could get 55.5, I think, if they're going to rely on the running game in a semi-bad weather type of scenario. But for the most part, I guess the Chiefs just inked this one out. So what do you got here?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a recording of the last 6 weeks where we've talked about this is a game the Chiefs should win real easily, but they haven't won any of them easily, right. And it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
They have not. It's one thing you play a good team and you eke one out. That's fine. They've been playing the Raiders and the Broncos and the Panthers and oh my God, and they win every game by 1, 2, 3 points. It's like you just can't fight that and say this is going to be the week they break out, because if you've said that for 5 weeks in a row, you're broke. And
right.
So,
yes.
But that said, to me, this seems like a different matchup than those other ones that I talked about. I'm not sure the Browns are going to show up for this game. Like you said, if their chances of competing are, trying to win a shootout, well, A, the weather's not conducive to that this week. B, Cinderella's kind of lost her slipper here this last couple of weeks. And Kansas City's very good defensively. And the Browns have offensive issues, in their receiving core. None of that says the Browns are going to be able to score 17 points in this game. I think it's very possible that Kansas City's defense can outscore Cleveland's offense in this game, the way that Winston throws the ball around. I think Kansas City's going to play very conservatively. The one thing that scares me about the running back situation in this game is you've got Hunt, returning to Cleveland. Now, I don't know how big a deal that is for him, but if there's any kind of a link there, and I think there is, that when push comes to shove and the coach is deciding, okay, we're at the 3-yard line, who gets to punch it in? You know what? Let's give it to the Cleveland guy. Let him punch it in. And all of a sudden that takes away from your main running back. So I think Kansas City's going to play very conservatively. I would certainly look here at the Kansas City defense side. And, they've got to intercept at least a couple of passes in this game and possibly even score once. So that's my projection on this game.
Let's see here. Kareem Hunt, you're actually getting plus 280 for a touchdown in this game.
Yeah, I think that's
a good greedy play.
That's something right.
Kansas City plus 750 on defense for a touchdown. There will be a ticket in which I'm going to mix and match Washington and the Kansas City defense here for touchdowns. I'll say that.
And what's Winston's
let's see here.
Interception numbers?
Winston's interception numbers. I am getting players to get an interception, but I just flash back to the Washington game. I don't see Lattimore listed yet. All right, Jameis Winston to throw a pick, minus 220. Yes.
and two?
You know what? We don't have the alternate interceptions. I wish we did. Oh, I wish we did.
Well, that could be one of those. I don't know what you call them. The accelerator. Throw them onto every ticket at minus 220, and and just bump up your bottom line by whatever that an extra 20% or whatever. Given he's got to have an interception in this game.
This might be worth something too. I like this one. Under 22.5 completions for Winston is minus 140. So he needs 23 completions to beat you. He's not going to have 23. He's not going to have that against Kansas City.
No.
All right. So let me mark that down at least. Jameis for a pick and under completions.
And the Kansas City defensive TD. That's Hunt's rushing TV. And there's a lot of B ticket possibility.
Yeah, okay. The only thing I have primary is Tua for 2 touchdowns, correct? That's all we got so far.
Yes.
Okay. Next game. All right, we could see points here. And this is a bad game. But that's why we're going to see points. And that's Carolina and Dallas. 2.5, 42.5 is the total here. Dallas, they're still trying a little bit. It seems like they've gotten a little bit better ever since they hit rock bottom there. Just a little bit better, enough to at least put points on the board. And Carolina's been a naturally over team, except for their game against the Eagles last week. It might be ugly. You might have to plug your nose here. But I think both of these teams can probably get into the low 20s at least, which means they'll get over 42.5. It's not like the Dallas defense is great. It's not like the Panthers' defense is great. Maybe CD can get he finally got off the snide with a touchdown last week, but maybe he can get a couple this week. Maybe Ferguson has a decent day. Carolina's not particularly good against tight ends either. And, Bryce Young's trending better, and a good call for you on the Thielen. He's just been a monster here the last few weeks. So give me in a bad game, it's not going to be 42-41 here, but I think they can get over 42.5 points combined. Dallas and the Panthers. Any thought on this? You're going to flush this one down the toilet?
No. I mean, I to me, you've got two bad teams here, so you normally think, let's just move on. But one of them I think will show up, and one of them I don't think will show up. I think Dallas, if you look at their injury report this week, a lot of question marks on defense. And it's kind of what I was talking about with the 49ers looking ahead to next week and the Bengals going into this week's game. If you're a question mark going into a game like this, you're much more likely not to play than you are, to play. Why would I show up to play Carolina when next week we're playing probably a division foe, and we'll be back on TV and Dallas, when Dallas had injuries on defense earlier this year, they were atrocious on defense. And now here's Carolina, who's playing hard down the stretch, actually trying to win games, which, you could say, are they crazy? What are they doing? But, they're developing a young quarterback. Like you said, they've got a nice receiving option who has returned to the lineup. But this kind of game, we've seen this earlier this year. When they get involved in this kind of game, they hand the ball to Hubbard, and they hand the ball to Hubbard, and they hand the ball to Hubbard. I mean, he's got to be.
Yeah, I like Hubbard
one
in
of
this
the
game.
more attractive.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm not going up against him in fantasy this week because you're looking at a guy here who's 25 carries, 125 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I mean, he's as solid a pick this week as I think you're going to find anywhere.
Let's see. The rushing attempts for Hubbard over 19.5 is plus 102. His baseline rushing yards is 85.5. That just tells you it's so high, he's probably going to get there. And then for a touchdown, he is. Yeah, I like him too. And Dallas is bad against running backs catching the ball, so his receiving yards is alive as well here. A touchdown for Chuba is minus 190. 2 touchdowns on our greedy ticket, just plus 310. That tells you he's probably going to get it too, if that's where he's at. Plus 310 for Chuba. Wow. And just 13.5 for his receiving yard number. Up to 25 yards is plus 260. So a lot to like there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've still got 9 games to talk about, but I'm not sure there's a guy who you would project any more so than Hubbard as your player of the week.
All right, what do you want to put him? Anything on the primary ticket here? Touchdown.
Yeah, let's go with the obvious one here, which doing the baseline one, which is the rushing total.
Do you want to do the attempts at 19.5 or go all the way up with the yards 85.5?
Yeah, let's go with the yards, but I think all those things, and even the receiving yards. I mean, I think all 5 of those things that you mentioned are worth looking at. But let's stick with the bread and butter and project over 85.5 yards rushing.
I call that the switchblade bet when you want to bet the one guy for everything all the way around. So we'll put him on the switchblade type of ticket. Usually good to find two of those guys, and that gives you a fun little interesting ticket to root for. All right, so Hubbard over.
Kind of like this is Hubbard to score a touchdown and Winston throw an interception. You want the ultimate gutless ticket. There's
I like
there's
that.
a start. I mean, again, they're 2 accelerators. You don't get much of a bump by putting those things on your ticket, but it is something. It is.
You'll get like plus 125. That's a nice one for plus 125.
Yeah,
A Jameis
and
touchdown and a Chuba, a Jameis interception and a Chuba touchdown. Yeah.
Right, and then there'll be another one probably coming up later on the list that we'll throw on there. And now all of a sudden you've got these three things that are going to happen, and now you look at it and wow, there's a nice price on that.
Okay, blowout number 2 for me, or maybe even 3 if I'm going to count Cincinnati. Who I think can still sneeze in the meaningless game and beat the Titans by 14 points, to be honest. But the Jets, as bad as they've been, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. This is the game that they're going to win. It's against Jacksonville. This is the thing that's going to make them feel better for December. Although they've lost the last couple of games in very, very tight fashion, still has to be demoralizing at the end of the day. At least they've come close. And I think this is like the little engine that could finally gets over the hill here against the Jaguars. You only have to lay 3.5 points. 40.5 is the total. Rodgers has said, screw it. I'm just going to throw to Devontae Adams all the time. So you can sign me up for a Devontae Adams receiving prop here as well. 64.5 is his baseline total. I expect him to get the ball plenty of times. It sounds like we're going to get Breece Hall back as well, too. I'm not going to fall into the trap of Braylon Allen again, only to be counterfeited by the guy behind him. It was that Isaiah Davis, I believe, is who that was. But if we get Breece back, he's been diluted too. But I'm going to lean on Devontae Adams. I'll take that prop with Rodgers. I'll take the Jets. And this is a game that they finally will win. And of all the teams that are out of it, if there's anyone that still has to have at least a little bit of a motivation, it has to be the Jets, just because they're so sick of getting crapped on here, and probably by the local media as well. Give us a chance to beat Mac Jones and the Jaguars here. I believe it's Mac Jones. Do we get Trevor Lawrence back, maybe?
No.
Yeah, Mac Jones, right? Yeah. So give me Rodgers to have a decent day. The Jets have been good to me. I'm on their team point total the last couple of weeks. I'll attack that again. They can win this game 27-10 anyway, at least. So your thoughts here?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said about Jacksonville. No reason for them to show up this week. And just no offensive threat in this game. So this is a game for the Jets to win if they decide to show up, and I think that's a big question mark. Because why would they? I mean, the only incentive comes from Rodgers. He's got, like you said, he's got to be so sick of hearing the negativity, and he's done, and he should retire, and everything that's associated with them. It would be nice to show up against a team that basically doesn't show up, and throw a couple of touchdown passes and quiet people down for at least another week. So I think that opportunity is there. It is a bit, a bit risky when you're saying, you've got this 40-year-old quarterback in a meaningless game on the road this late in the season. Is he even going to show up, or is he going to say, you know what, I'll take this one off and let's let the backup go in there and play? I looked at some particulars of this game, which I thought were very interesting. Jacksonville, you look at the stats on these games without knowing the game plan, and it's very hard to tell a lot of times, what the teams are thinking. When teams have been playing Jacksonville, it's very easy to tell what they've done. The last 4 games, the other team has thrown an inordinate number of passes to their number one receiver. And it's just like they've identified that, they can't guard our best guy. So let's just keep throwing at them. 43 targets to the top receiver over the last 4 games. Now, who's the Jets' top target? That's another question, because, is it Adams? Is it Wilson? Well, Adams has 54 targets in the last 5 games with 3 TDs. So it's clear that Rodgers is favoring him. They seem to be on the same page now. After he came over in mid-season and they started kind of slowly. I mean, you've got a team that doesn't guard top receivers against another team that's throwing a lot to their top guy. It just seems like the perfect matchup for Adams. And so, I mean, he's got to be the guy you look at.
Yeah, he has to be. Yeah, exactly. My thinking, too, do you want to put him on the primary ticket?
Yes.
64.5 receiving yards would be the one option, and him for a touchdown plus 125.
64.5?
Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
That's
a layup.
That's remarkably low.
Yeah. We got to go with that. We'll throw him on a greedy 2-touchdown ticket with CD Lamb because he's paying 10-1 as well. I mean, with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, right.
Tyreek Hill. All right. So we agree there for the most part.
And we're going to agree on the next game as well.
What's that?
We're going to agree on the next game as well.
The Ravens and the Giants. Yeah. The Ravens named their score in this game. They're going to score into the 30s by accident. I mean, this has 21-3, 24-3 at halftime. Then they'll add a couple more in the second half, written all over it. So is that where you're getting at there?
Absolutely. I mean, the Giants are. I mean, credit to Locke for going in there and actually putting together a decent, a non-embarrassing effort. Considering the zoo that their quarterback situation was before he took over, but now he's hurt, right? And so now it's back to DeVito starting, and he can have no confidence. I mean, you talk about a guy who comes in as your backup quarterback. Finally, they decide Jones is terrible, and they're going to give it to DeVito, and he's got to be excited. And what did they give him? Like a game and a half? I'm not even sure they gave him that much before they decided, oh, my God, this guy's terrible. We got to go to this scrappy guy, Locke, to come in and rescue us. I'm surprised DeVito even, showed up after that, but now he's probably glad he did because he's getting a second chance here. But he can have no confidence, and he was terrible when he played anyway. Here comes Baltimore, of all teams. It's not a great defensive team necessarily, but a lot of athletes. They'll put a lot of pressure on them. I just think this is a total recipe for disaster for the Giants. Baltimore names their score in this game. This is 31-3. You kind of mentioned the halftime score of the game. I thought you were going to say that was the final score because it's very possible. I don't see the Giants scoring 10 points in this game. I don't see Baltimore not having 10 points by the end of the first quarter. I think this is a game where Henry, could break rushing records if they really wanted to hand them the ball. I mean, this is a team that allowed 100. I talked about Hubbard earlier. 153 yards rushing in their game against the Giants. Barkley, 176. Dowdle, 112. You would project Henry in this game. I would say in certainly over 100, certainly over 125. The question is just how much, once they get, will we see him in the second half of this game? Because, at 21-3, you don't need him in the second half. Now, if the Giants get lucky and get a touchdown, and all of a sudden it's 21-10. All right, now you need him. So now he gets an extra 40 or 50 yards. So that's my only concern here. But even by halftime, and you might even look at a first half number for Henry in this game. Right. Take him over whatever it is, 50 yards for the first half and a touchdown. I just think he to me is the closest thing to Hubbard in terms of matching, the candidate for Player of the Week honors here. Like I said, it'd be a lock if I were confident that he would get as many carries as Hubbard because there's no way he's going to in a game like this. But give him 15 carries, and he's going to be over 100 yards. He's going to have a couple of touchdowns, and there's your guy.
Henry is minus 280 for a touchdown, but the first half touchdown is plus 105, and the second half touchdown plus 110.
Yeah, see that to me is much more attractive.
Right.
But there's another guy where, 280 for a touchdown. You said.
Yeah, minus 280.
Yeah, well,
but plus money either half.
On the old, that you could put on the gutless ticket,
right?
And bump it up now to what are we getting 3-1 now on Winston interception.
The Winston, Hubbard, and Henry.
Winston, Hubbard, Henry ticket.
Yeah, I'll have to plug that in at the end. We'll have to see what we get to with that one. Let's see here.
Because there is, they price these numbers so high like this, to keep people from, to give people an incentive not to play them. And, you throw them into a 2-team parlay, you're not going to get anything. But, you throw them onto a 4-team parlay and, instead of getting whatever 20-1, it bumps you up to 28-1, and you're not risking anything. I mean, it's going to happen. So why wouldn't you take that extra bump? Throw so something like this onto a ticket like that. So I think this is where those high numbers, minus 280. Who's going to take minus 280? Well, you know what? I'll throw that on the back end of a parlay. Take the extra money that they're giving me for free, and and go with it, with little risk. So, I never really thought too much about. Well, let's just parlay all these, terrible numbers together and see where it gets you. But it's every week I look at these numbers after the fact and think to myself, well, why didn't I just say, take Chase for a touchdown? Well, it was because it was minus 250. Yeah, but it was going to happen.
Right.
You can't just say, no, I'm not going to play something that I know is going to happen. You just got to find a way to use it. And so this is one of those things. You've got to find a way to use Henry scoring an anytime touchdown. And so you throw it onto one of your parlays or whatever. But I do like the touchdown in the first half. That to me, that sounds weird. That you got a guy that's minus 280 to score a touchdown.
Right.
And you kind of project he's not going to play that much in the second half of a game like this. So if he's going to get a touchdown, it's going to come in the first half. But why are you giving me plus 105 or whatever it was? Minus 105, plus 105.
Plus 105.
Plus 105 to score that first half touchdown where you're telling me it's going to happen. And I'm telling you it ain't going to happen in the second half, So it's, man, you should be laying $1.70 on this. And that's a very nice price.
There's only been a handful of times I've played the first half touchdown for the same theory we're talking about now, but every time it's worked. I do remember that. So do you want to throw him for a first half touchdown on this primary ticket?
Yes, for first half, yes.
Plus 105. And the other thing I'm going to jot down and work on is since we have he's 2-1 for 2 touchdowns, which again is low, but I'm going to do exactly what you just said. Let's take some of these ones that, we're putting these numbers so low. Let's not play them, or, we'll try to talk people out of playing them. And I'm just going to play them together. So, I'll throw Henry on this list for 2. I'll throw Chuba Hubbard on the list for 2. I'll throw Mixon on there since he has a good chance for Houston to get 2. And then I'll consider for now adding Chase Brown and even Devin Achane, or even Tyreek Hill to juice up that ticket on a greedy, somewhat nice payout sort of play here. We'll see if we can add to that one as we go. All right, next game. So we're done with the early window. And to the late window, we have all of our games starting at 4:25 Eastern, nothing at 4:05 Eastern. So that's a little interesting. And we'll start with the Colts and the Broncos first. The Colts are getting 3.5 here, 44.5. I think the handicap is somewhat simple here on my part. I'm going to trust Peyton, the coach at home here. We've seen Richardson already leave a game for being tired. So what's the and I'm going to give him credit. He's been playing well. But what's this Denver altitude going to do to him at the end of the day? He also can't throw the ball, particularly accurate. Maybe that long ball we talked about before. But he's not an accurate passer when it comes to the 20-yard sideline out. Where Bo Nix has been extremely accurate, to be honest. And they got a good little quarterback there, and they got a good thing rolling. They're coming off the bye week. I initially thought this game was at Indianapolis, which I thought where I still like Denver, but I thought it would be a little bit more competitive game. The fact that this is in Denver, that's going to flip my thoughts completely here. And I'm going to like the Broncos here at home. If they win this game by double digits, that's not going to shock me. And the main difference is going to be this. Bo Nix is going to be able to throw the ball down the field, make completions against the bad Colts defense, and the Colts are not going to be able to keep up with that running game. I think that's pure and simple, easy as it goes. That's the handicap. So give me the Broncos, double-digit winners here over Indianapolis. Tell me why this is maybe more competitive.
Well, I think these are two teams. I mean, if you ask me who's the better team in this game, I'm going to give you the Colts. Denver's been surprisingly good, but I'm not convinced yet that Denver. If Denver makes the playoffs, that would be a joke. I mean, they're not that good. I'm not sure that you wouldn't say the same thing about the Colts, but at least in the Colts division, you could argue, well, they have a weak division, and so they snuck in because Houston had a bad year. You don't get that advantage in the AFC West. There's no such thing as Kansas City having a bad year, so you're not sneaking in anywhere. And plus, the Chargers are already getting in ahead of you as well. So, a third team from the AFC West making the playoffs, no, that just can't happen. And so, but yet you look at a game like this, and they certainly got a chance. It's certainly a 50-50 thing, I think, at least. There's one really interesting stat in this game, and I don't quite know what to make of it, but it's got to tell you something. That when Denver played the Ravens, I was looking at how's Denver done against running quarterbacks. You're right; it's going to come down to that. The Indy's got to run the ball, and Denver. With Taylor's having a good season, they've got to get Richardson running the ball. But how's Denver done against running quarterbacks? There aren't a whole lot of them in the league, but you look at, they did play Jackson. How'd they do in that game? That game, Jackson ran 3 times for 4 yards.
Oh, wow.
It's like, no. That on the first drive? No, that was the numbers for the game. Now, it was a one-sided game, and so I'm sure at some point they decided, why risk it? We're not going to have him running anymore. But still, that's what it's scary. That if that's an indication that there was something about the Denver's defense that Baltimore looked at it and said, this is not going to be a game to unleash Lamar around the end. Let's just concentrate with our Henry up the middle runs. So. To me, and if Richardson isn't running the ball effectively, like you said, this for sure, he ain't passing the ball effectively. And so, that would give Denver a big boost in this game. All that said, we've talked about a lot of guys who, I think are kind of green light guys. And so here's a game where, the afternoon slate is amazing, in terms of really good matchups. And so I'm going to pass on this game and look for bigger fish in later games.
All right. Something tells me you like Arizona in this game, mainly probably because the Patriots don't have anything to play for. Arizona has something to play for. they've been playing bad. They need to win bad. So they need to perform here. I'm not going to argue against that. Probably a tough spot for a bad New England team to go out west here. But the Cardinals haven't been super impressive. Maybe the Patriots do have the better quarterback at the end of the day. But just because the Cardinals need it more, I'll assume that they'll win. This is probably a game I want to stay away from. But maybe they get back to the bread and butter here with James Conner a little bit. Does Arizona. So 46.5 actually seems high to me in this sort of game. The Cardinals have been, for the most part, an under team. New England's been, for the most part, an under team. So 46.5 seems like a lot in that regard. I'll have to look for other fish to fry myself rather than this one. But if I do anything, give me the old James Conner receiving yards once again, because he goes over that every week. So I'll take that if that's the case. And maybe Ramondre Stevenson and James Conner each should get a touchdown or something like that. Conner's minus 195, Stevenson's plus 110. I think this game plays under. Your thoughts?
Well, Arizona had a real nice thing going defensively, and something's happened to them the last couple of weeks. They've lost that magic touch, and I don't know why. This would be a perfect time for them to regain some of that magic against a far below average offensive team coming across the country with really nothing to play for. And this is a big game, kind of like it was a big game for the 49ers Thursday night. That didn't get them anywhere. But they did play very well defensively in that game. And I think that Arizona could do that in this game here, or just kind of suffocate New England's offense with a good defensive effort. Something I was looking at was, as I mentioned before about one of the games, how do they do against the top? Have they given up a lot of yards and numbers to top receivers? New England's done very, very well at defending the number one receiver.
Oh yeah, Gonzalez has locked everyone down for the most part.
And so you've got to know going into this game that Harrison will not be a big factor.
Right.
So where's it going to come from? And you mentioned
it's got to be McBride.
What surprised me, I guess I should be paying closer attention, is the last three games, McBride has gotten 15, 12, and 14 targets. That's not – Kelsey never even did that in his prime. I mean, what the heck is going on here? Who throws the ball other than the Raiders maybe? 14 times a game to their tight end. And then you got New England's allowed 4 TDs to tight ends over the last 6 games, so there's some vulnerability there as opposed to what you might get from Harrison. So I think that, to me, who's most likely to score in this game? I got to go with McBride.
Right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He's plus 170. You want to throw him on the primary?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I thought you could say minus 170.
Yeah, no, plus 170. Harrison Jr. plus 145. Yeah, and he will get Christian Gonzalez, who he might be the best quarterback in the league, actually.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that's Surtain is someone who gets a lot of credit for that. But Gonzalez has got to be right up there. Just for the sake of knowing, what's McBride's catches and yards?
Let's see here. I got to go to sportsbook number 2 for some reason. Probably because this is the later game. They have on this game off the board on a lot of the props still. Let's see here. If I can drag it off sportsbook number 2. The receive yards for McBride are
61.
At 60 yards, he's minus 110.
Huh, yeah, that's remarkably low. If you're throwing 14 passes to him, he's catching 8 of them. So were you telling me he's getting 7 yards a catch?
Right.
He's not that kind of guy.
Right? No. He's running a little bit after he gets. He's a big boy. All right, so we'll pay attention to that. Yeah, McBride receiving yards. I do like that.
Oh, all right. I'm ready to move on from there.
Yep, easy enough. 27-16. Cardinals win that game, I'll say. Buccaneers and the Chargers. Chargers -3, 45.5. Interesting game here. This is one of the more intriguing ones to me. I'm going to give Baker the edge here. I get it. There's no defense here, particularly for Tampa Bay. So maybe Herbert can have his way a little bit. You know what? This won't shock me if this is an over game because we still don't have Dobbins. Herbert's probably got to throw the ball a little bit more. The Buccaneers, they lost Winfield Jr., so that's going to cost them a little bit. Now, they've developed another weapon here. The Buccaneers. I mean, this guy caught me off guard last week, and I'm talking about Jalen McMillan. Those are the kind of guys I want to see coming, and I didn't see him coming, to be honest. So they got another weapon here to fill in for Godwin. Do the Buccaneers. I still have Bucky Irving listed, although he's been taking some punishment. I loved Rachaad White last week on his props. He gets home. You know what? I could see a higher scoring game here. This could be a fun one. I get it. The Chargers style isn't necessarily to be that way. But there's a chance here. Maybe our boy Quentin Johnston can redeem himself against a porous Buccaneer secondary here. Maybe he can get off the snide and come through for us on some sort of a greedy ticket. Vidal is getting the ball a little bit more for the Chargers as well. You got to keep him into account. But 45.5 is going to be probably a little too low for me. And if I have to pick a side here, I just think the quality of weapons on offense are a little bit better for Tampa Bay here than they are for the Chargers. So give me the Buccaneers and an upset here. Probably a good close game at the end, and I think we can get points in this one. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with basically everything you said there. I think the key to this game is neither team's got a good running game. You mentioned Irving has added something to the Tampa running attack, but he's banged up. I mean, he's even questionable for this game. And all of a sudden they've developed a second wide receiver, and they've got their tight end, they've got a clear number one receiver. They got to be throwing the ball in this game, and they've got the quarterback to do it. Meanwhile, the Chargers, do they really want to get into a shootout throwing the ball? Well, they got no choice. I mean, they don't really have much of a running game. Now, McConkey is a big issue here. I mean, he was out last week. He's questionable again this week. Kind of changes everything.
Right.
Because if he plays, then he's getting a lot of balls. But if he doesn't play and Disley's out.
I don't see Disley listed either. Yeah.
Yeah, he's out. He's out.
Yeah.
They got this guy Stone Smart.
Right.
Right. And he's in a game where I expect a lot of passing, and there are going to be some surprise elements. I agree with you that I think that, you think of Tampa and the Chargers, that's not exactly light up the scoreboard kind of matchup, but actually, given their current state of, neither one of these teams is going to run the ball a lot, and both of these teams have a, aggressive down the field type quarterback. It could be a surprisingly high scoring game with a surprise, touchdown score. And my surprise touchdown score in this game is going to be Smart.
Stone Smart plus 430 for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
I want him on a greedy ticket.
Who's Scott Matlock? Any idea?
What's the name?
Scott Matlock.
Don't know.
45-1 for a touchdown for him. Just looking at all the oddball guys here at the bottom, because you're right. There's going to be a Raheem Jarrett or someone like that for Tampa Bay get a touchdown in this game. Sean Tucker even. Although Sean Tucker's only plus 290.
Well, right.
For Tampa Bay.
But that's the thing about this game is that you're on one side, you don't have Godwin. All right. And so, I mean, if you think there's going to be a lot of passing in this game, all right, well, where's the ball going to? Well, one team is missing Godwin. The other team might be missing McConkey. And so those are two, 10-catch kind of guys that you're taking out of there. That's not going to stop the team from passing the ball. That's not going to stop them from having success passing the ball. Well, who's catching those balls? Like you said, Tampa, this guy's kind of identified himself. Tampa has a second wideout now who's done very well. But who's that guy on the Chargers that this week is going to catch one of Herbert's 3 touchdown passes? They always throw a lot to their tight ends. So I think that, plus 430, very nice price on my sleeper here.
Scott Madlock is actually a defensive tackle, but he has 4 targets this year and 13 games played.
Well, there was the Taysom Hill of the West Coast.
All right, so we agree on that one. Could have a fun game here. Okay. Let's see. Steelers and Eagles. Fun game here. I mean, what would they do without Barkley? I mean, if they didn't have Barkley, would this Eagles team be flat on its face, Dave?
Well, certainly be a lot worse off. Yes. But, they haven't had him, though, in recent years, and they've done just fine. They've not been satisfied with their running back. I mean, remember just a couple of years ago that Sanders was doing really well for them, and then they got rid of him, and he's turned into nothing. Now all of a sudden, they had Swift last year, and he kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, they thought that they had other guys, and Swift came in there, had a real nice season. Now he's gone to Chicago, and I don't want to say he's disappeared, but he hasn't exactly lit up the scoreboard either. They've done a good job of finding running backs, but now I think probably the coach got tired of going into the season not really knowing what kind of running back he had. Now he's got one that he knows how good he is, and probably scripted 10 additional plays, just Barkley to the right, Barkley to the left. So it's what's funny is from a fantasy standpoint and in running backs in general is how these players, and we talked about this before the season, how these running backs who shifted from one team to another this year have put running backs back on the map. And it's not, NFL teams haven't forgotten how to run the ball. Just some teams do it better than others. And now you've got these backs, you've got Henry going from a Tennessee team that couldn't throw the ball and faced like a 10-man line every time he ran the ball. You throw him onto the Baltimore team where they say, well, we don't care about Henry. We got to stop Jackson. Perfect situation. And then you got Barkley, same thing. Terrible Giants team. Why would we care if they're going to throw the ball? We got to stop Barkley. Now he goes to Philly, and the same thing. Well, is it going to be Hurts today? Is it going to be Brown? Is it going to be, they got a lot of options. Mixon going to Houston. Not that he left a bad situation, but, found a perfect spot for him. And there was a handful of these guys. And it's just, it's revitalized the position. Next year's draft, I guarantee you, if you took the average draft position for running backs in recent years, and why are we taking one in the second round? Nobody runs the ball anymore. Next year, you're going to see a couple of backs going in the first round, 4 or 5 going in the second round. I think you're going to see them. This has led to a renaissance of the running back position, and Barkley is right there at the head of it. All that said, the Steelers are a good defensive team. Eagles are a very good defensive team. While this is a big game here, this is kind of the type of game I was talking about at the beginning of our show here. Nothing about this game says shootout.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Not to me.
Pickens is out for Pittsburgh.
Yep.
You've got on Philadelphia side, you got A.J. Brown complaining about not getting the ball. Usually that means they'll try to get him the ball more often when he's probably their third best option at this point. But, let's force him a couple of balls and take the ball out of Barkley's hands a couple of times. It's just, the weather, late game. I have zero interest in this game. In terms of a football fan, I think it's going to be kind of an interesting game, although not as entertaining as the next game we're going to talk about. But from a numbers perspective, I want no part of this game.
Yeah, this is the one game that kind of screamed under at me a little bit. I wouldn't be shocked if both quarterbacks actually would have a pick. Both defenses are good enough for that. And the passing game is bound to be off on both of these teams, especially if they're trying to force it into A.J. Brown a little bit. And then without Pickens on the other side, maybe things get a little hairy for the quarterbacks trying to throw the ball. But I would lean under in this one. This just has a good old slugfest, defensive struggle written all over it. If you want to find another game on the weekend to get 300-1 odds, 400-1 odds on no touchdown scored, you're probably not going to get quite that on this game. But feel free. You probably take a shot here on this one.
I'd be curious to hear, since last week it was our lock of the week, and it played. The number at the end of the game didn't scream out that we made a mistake on the number, which they did. But just at the beginning of the game, when this guy went over his total within the first quarter of the game, you didn't have to sweat it out anymore. But Russell Wilson's rushing.
Yes.
Remember him last week? Was so embarrassingly low.
Right.
The question is, where are they putting it this week?
Interesting. He's right.
Single digit again?
He's down there 7.5.
Oh my goodness! They're. I'm not sure that I want to play it because they're actually up against a good defense here. But come on, they're down a receiver, so he's going to drop back to pass. His receiving options are going to be less than usual. Here comes the Philly pass rush. He's scrambling around. One 8-yard run,
he was just a couple yards away from cashing the 7-1 on 25 as well.
Yeah, well, right. That's what I'm saying. At the end of, like I said, and in some ways, that's helping this week's number, because if he went for 40 yards last week, now all of a sudden you see this week's number is 15.5. But because that number wasn't attractive at the end of the day, the same people who made the stupid line on a game last week, let's just bump it up a couple of yards. They haven't caught up to who Russell Wilson really is. And like I said, not that they're going to design plays for him to run. That's not the way he runs. He's going to run because he's scrambling and nobody's open. And, what better defense to go against to create that type of situation than a very, very good Philly defense without your top receiver? There's going to be 15 times where he goes back to pass and he can't find his receiver. And now what do I do? Well, there's a little crease here. Let me go through it.
Right.
And all it takes, like I said, is one or two times for him to say, screw it, I'm just going to tuck it in, run 5 yards and slide. The first possession of the game, you've got 5 yards rushing, and 2 possessions later, you're up to 11 yards rushing. And okay, where do I cash my ticket? I'm switching over to the other game now. I don't need to watch this one anymore. So, if I were playing this game, the only thing that I would play.
You know what? I would consider these just for everything that you just said. They're going to have to dump the ball off somewhere at some point, and all the running backs are capable here. And I'm getting low numbers. Jalen Warren's the highest at 18.5. So maybe take all 3 of these guys for 25 on a greedy ticket. Najee Harris has been secretly kind of a good receiving running back here. He's just at 11.5. I might not take him for 25, but he could certainly get to 12. And Barkley's mispriced at 13.5 against the Steelers defense. Barkley has to get over 13.5 receiving yards against this good defense. I would think.
Well, like I said, getting back to, when we first talked about this game, these are two very good defenses. A very, very important game for both teams. Late afternoon start in the Northeast. Nothing about any of those statements say, man, we got to have at least 3 or 4 overs on our tickets this week from this game. It's just, this game really does have the potential to be 14-12 at the end of the day. And you look back on, man, I played 3 overs in this game and all 3 lost. What was I thinking? At least in Wilson's case, when you take the over, the 7.5 rushing, that number is attractive because the defenses are good. And so, the better Philly pass defense is, the more likely Wilson's going to run the ball. So it's kind of, well, let's take the strength of this game and use it against these people. And that's an example of, okay, great. Knock yourself out. Play great defense, Philly. I'll scramble a couple of times here, get me my 11 yards. We'll call it a day.
All right. This next game is going to be interesting. I think I know the game plan for Detroit here, just because out of the Campbell press conference this week, he had so many accolades for Josh Allen that you got to think that his plan is going to be, let's just try to keep Josh Allen off the football field. So if that's the case, then obviously he has the horses with Montgomery and Gibbs to run the ball. The over-under is at 54.5. Both of these teams can sneeze and score a lot of points. You said it in weeks beforehand. At 54.5, I mean, that is probably as high as it's been all year. I don't think we've had one that's been that high. The problem here with Detroit, though, is when Josh Allen gets on the field, and this isn't just going to be for this week. This is going to be concerning for me in the playoffs when it comes for the Lions. Just the amount of personnel that they're missing on defense. And they did a hell of a job coaching against Green Bay and getting by through that game. But even as bad as Green Bay looked, they were still able to get 31 points on the board at the end of the game. At some point, you got to think this is going to be the Lions' fatal flaw. Most of the defense out. They're only going to get 3 guys back in time for the playoffs. So it's not going to get that much better. These guys off the street are really going to have to do the job at the end of the day. And they're going to be a lot more relying on their offensive here. That being said, with the defense in somewhat shambles, even when Allen gets on the field, I think the Bills can have success here. And if they are moving the ball and putting points up, then Detroit's going to have to be forced to match them. It's going to be interesting to see if they can climb above 54.5. But this could be the type of game where it starts off into the first quarter, 7-0. Halftime, we go in. It's 17-7, which might not sound like it, but you're starting to climb the ladder a little bit, or 17-10, which actually would be halfway to 54.5. And then we see the roof blow off this thing, and next thing you know, there's points getting put up like crazy. So where I think this could be an under game because the Lions can run the ball, and they're going to try to run the ball. I just think that Detroit defense is going to be a little bit in trouble here, and I think Josh Allen and the Bills are going to be able to put up some points, and Detroit's going to have to somewhat match them here. So I think they actually can climb over the total. I'm not going to be shocked if it goes under, but I'm not going to be shocked if it goes over here either. I think a fun game at the end of the day, and I'll probably actually give the Bills the edge just because of that defense. I'm really worried about that Detroit defense at the end of the day. When these games become much, much more important, and this is an important game for both teams because Minnesota, man, only 2 losses for Minnesota. We'll get to them in a minute. They're still alive to win this division, especially if the Bills can win in Detroit. But this isn't easy for Detroit this week. The Bills coming off the loss. They're going to want to do a little bit better in the last week. I mean, what can you say? Josh Allen, 6 touchdowns. combined rushing and passing last week, 3 of each. Either way you dice it, trying to run the ball, keep him off the field. Eventually he's going to be on there, and I think he's going to make you pay. I wouldn't doubt if my guy Shakir has a good day either here. You could see some of these. You could see Coleman, even Shakir, maybe even Cooper has a good game here. I wouldn't doubt that the Bills try to go through the air a little bit here in Detroit. Good game, fun game. I don't know. Give me your thoughts overall.
No, I agree with a lot of what you said there. I don't see how this game is low scoring at all. I mean, Josh Allen is amazing. And he just, he finds a way to get it done. And, they've reestablished themselves as having some good outside threats. You mentioned, Shakir's having a good season. Cooper all of a sudden is catching passes. Now they're getting Coleman back. I mean, so they've got the outside weapons to stretch the field, throw the ball deep. And at the same time, when they're not open, then there's Allen running the ball for 10 or 15 yards at a time. He's just, he's an amazing player. I mean, to me, a clear MVP of the league this year with what he's done. That game last week was incredible. And this week's game seems very similar to last week's game. I mean, you got Buffalo out of its element, traveling to an indoor, fast surface, where they're going to have to, no more, let's just run the ball and play in the snow and take advantage of a 49ers team that, doesn't like to wear gloves when they play. No, this is the opposite. This is a track meet. And normally that would be bad for a team like this. But Buffalo, like I said, Buffalo is transitioning to a team that they can play this way. And Detroit, like you said, man, they're really hurting on defense. I don't see any way that they're going to slow down Buffalo. And yet, I think Detroit, the more you score against Detroit, the more they're going to score against you. And that was a terrible defensive effort last week for Buffalo against the Rams. And this is a way, way better offense. They can hit you from any different direction. They've got say what you want about all their defensive injuries. They got all their offensive weapons running. And so even when they run the ball, it's, 6 yards at a time. And then they get Gibbs going, and oh my God, it's 15 yards at a time. So they can run the ball without really turning conservative. And so I think there's going to be a fascinating game to watch. One of the games of the year, and very, very entertaining, very, very high scoring. I can see why the total is so high. I'd be shocked if at the end of the day the game didn't reach that total.
We get Kincaid back as well for Buffalo. So that's going to be another dynamic, right?
Well,
it looks like we get him back.
It's in some way, in some ways that, if playing him means taking one of the wide receivers off the field, that slows the game down a little. And so I'm not sure that really helps there be more points scored, or to be a more of a pinball game when you throw the ball short to the tight end and move the chains and that. So, but yeah, it's another threat for them down by the goal line, certainly. So to me, let's get down to the nitty gritty here.
Yeah.
What does this mean? This means that you've got to find a way to use Allen.
Right.
Because Allen will either throw for a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns, or he will run for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns, or in a game like last week, he'll do both. So you've got to get him involved in some major way.
The switchblade bet with Chuba Hubbard.
Right. The other side is, well, what's most likely to happen with the Lions? Because they have a lot of weapons. And they spread the ball around. But the one constant with the Lions is Montgomery finds a way to score touchdowns. I mean, if they're going to go down the field and score 4 or 5 touchdowns, which you would project in this game, he's going to get 1 or 2 of them because, I don't care how far you're throwing the ball to Jameson Winston, he gets tackled at the 3-yard line. And while the passing game got them down there, well, guess what they're going to do now? It's almost like having Jalen Hurts on your team. You know what's coming. He's sneaking it up the middle.
Right.
And this is the equivalent. So I think Montgomery to get a touchdown or 2 is a very, very safe play in this game. And I would take Allen even more so than his passing. I would look at his running numbers in this game as, potentially attractive. I'd like to hear what they are.
Let's see here. Josh Allen, 38.5 is his running baseline. 7.5 is his attempts. That seems like I'd rather have the yards than that. Let's see.
And what about for a running TD?
Let's see. Josh Allen for a running touchdown plus 115. Montgomery minus 160. But that's fine. We expect that anyway.
Well, I think that,
256 and a half passing.
What's that?
256 and a half passing for Josh Allen. And then his 2 touchdown passes. Let's just take a look at that since we're looking at everything with him. Minus 132 to throw for 2.
I take Montgomery to score a TD. I understand the price is not great. It's not terrible either, considering what I think is coming in this game. And I take Allen over the rushing total. I think both of those are very good plays in this game.
All right. So if we add that to our primary ticket, which is paying off nice right now. So that Montgomery minus 160 helps. Montgomery for a touchdown. Josh Allen over 38.5 rushing yards. Tua to throw for 2 touchdowns. Chuba Hubbard over 85.5 rushing yards. Devontae Adams over 64.5 receiving yards. Derrick Henry a first half touchdown. And Trey McBride anytime touchdown. All of that is 103 to 1 odds right now. So $10 wins you 1,030.
It's going 7 for 7. We know what the odds of that is, but these all sound, these all sound really good to me.
Yeah. There's a better chance of this happening than scratching a $1,000 winner at the 7-Eleven. I'll say that. All right. Anything else on this game? This is a great game, a fun game.
There's you could go a million different ways in this game. I just think to me, as I envision this game, I think, Allen will once again, like the Rams game, try to put the team on his shoulders and do it himself. And he knows that him running the ball is a critical component to the team's offensive success. And he doesn't run 4 yards and out of bounds. He's the kind of guy who will big enough to, shake off a tackle or, fast enough to, on the carpet to get around guys. He can give you 15 to, yards a couple of times and rushes in this game. And all of a sudden, this 38.5, he's got 28 yards already. He's only run the ball twice. We're start of the second quarter. So
yards after contact.
He's one of these quarterbacks where, in a game like this, it wouldn't be shocking if he ran for 100 yards
right
in a game like this.
Right.
Especially against a bad defense that's really concerned about, look, we'll give them the short stuff. We can't give up the long stuff because we just can't afford to do that. We got to make them earn it. Well, Allen is one of these guys. Okay, you're going to let me run 10 yards at a time, then I'm going to do it 5 or 6 times in the first half, 5 or 6 times in the second half, and next thing you know, he's rushed 12 times for 110 yards.
100 yards for Allen is 13 to 1.
That would be. I would think that number should be higher than that, but I don't think that that's that would be an ultimate greedy ticket.
Dumb down plus 440 for 70 yards, plus 285 for 60 yards. Let me throw a couple more out at you. 65 combined points is at plus 285. And if you think they can get to 70, you can get 5-1 odds.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me either. 35 overtime.
It's, I know we're perhaps being misled by the fact that, we had one of these once in a lifetime games last week where there was 85 points scored or whatever it was. But the fact is that this game resembles that one. If this game were at Buffalo, we wouldn't be talking like this.
Right.
But this game, the weather, just like last week, the weather is going to be no factor. And, the Rams, we just saw the Rams Thursday night. Does this look like a team that's going to score 45 points against anybody?
Right.
Meanwhile, we've seen the Lions 10 times this year.
Right.
Does this look like a team that's going to score 45 points? Well, actually, yes. They've got deep threats. They got short threats. They got running backs who go the distance. They got short yardage running backs who score. They got quarterback who, good enough to move the chain. I mean, they've got everything you'd want in an offense. And the ability to match points with the other team. And that's what you mentioned it, that's what they've got to have right now, because the way their defense is banged up, a team like Buffalo is going to go in there and score in the 30s. And so you can't be, not that Dan Campbell's going to be conservative, but and that's another thing about this game. The Dan Campbell aspect is, first drive of the game, it's 4th and 1 at his own 29-yard line, and he's going to decide to go for it. They don't make it, and next thing, 2 plays later, Buffalo's got a touchdown. Okay, thank you for those 7 free points, Dan. And so he's your ultimate over coach.
Right. I think the one thing that might screw you here is if, we get the good old 4th and 3 down at the 12-yard line, and then, we don't make it a couple of times, then the other team has to go to long field.
Right.
That would be the concern.
But the fact is, think of it from your own perspective.
Right.
You've played the over in the game. It's 4th and 3 at the 11-yard line. Are you screaming for the coach to kick the field goal?
No, not at all.
Or are you screaming for him to keep the offense on the field, throw the ball?
Right,
of course, So you'd rather them take that chance. And even if they don't make it, well, next time they come down the field and the same situation comes up, you're still screaming for them to throw the ball. So it cuts both ways. But I'd rather have a coach, who knew that was just going to go for it. He was going to go for the points, the big points, no matter what, whether he's in his own territory or in the other team's territory. That to me is like, okay, I'm riding the over with this guy.
All right, the Green Bay Seattle game is the night game. It doesn't look like weather's going to be an extreme issue overall. Not that it matters for Green Bay. They're somewhat of a mutter. This is a turf field, so this isn't a muddy type of field. But this is an interesting game here. Seattle, you got to be impressed with the way that they performed here in the last month or 6 weeks. They've really been as good as it gets. And Green Bay, they just haven't looked exactly crisp as of late. But this is a good game overall. I could make a case for either side, over or under, probably because this is more of a playoff type of game. I'm going to assume you don't think this is more of a under type of scenario in this game, right?
Well, I don't know.
That's kind of hard. Yeah.
Yeah. You think about these two teams offensively, and while they can run the ball very effectively, I still think Green Bay, with all their weapons on the outside and a kind of a gunslinging kind of quarterback, not terrible weather. As this game were in Green Bay, again, we'd be talking differently about it. and so without the big weather element, I think Green Bay's going to come out winging it, and Seattle can wing it with the best of them. Especially with Walker. Walker may not play in this game. They brought in Charbonnet last week, and he did just fine.
Yep, he did good.
But Charbonnet is one of these guys where he's kind of I don't want to say a change of pace guy, because he is kind of a between the tackles guy, but he's not someone that let's run him up the middle 3 or 4 times and then fake it to him, play action, and throw to our outside guys. He's more of a let's throw the ball 3 or 4 times to our outside guys, and then when they loosen up, then we'll do a draw play to Charbonnet up the middle and, let him run for 10, 15 yards. So, I think this is going to be there's going to be a lot of passing in this game. You've got 2 quarterbacks who are not, by their nature, let's check down to the back, running out of the backfield kind of guys. Not that either defense in this game is bad, but they're going to be under constant assault. And I agree with what you said about Green Bay. They haven't found their rhythm offensively. I mean, they've had wide receivers, Reed's injured one week, Watson's injured the next week, Wicks is injured the next week. Watson, I mean, you've got these 4 really good outside receivers, and they never seem to all be on the field together, but it seems that they're healthy now. I mean, it seems like they could come on strong at the end of the season. And when and Seattle's the same way. I mean, you can't stop their 3, outside receivers when they're all going. I just think that this, has the potential for a lot of not only a lot of passing, but a lot of downfield passing. And that's nothing better. If you're looking for points, than
downfield passing. Yep,
you're right, getting him that way. So well, what does that mean in terms of I don't know. I mean, I guess I would take both quarterbacks, over the 1.5 TDs, because it's hard to, Metcalf is the most likely receiver to catch a TD in this game. You'd probably have to pay a nice price for that. Green Bay, good luck deciding who's going to catch their TD passes, and you got Kraft, who catches TD passes as well. So I would bank on an over in this game. I would bank on a lot of passing, and so what that tells me is, give me each quarterback minus 1.5 TDs.
Plus 112 for Geno Smith to get 2 touchdown passes. Jordan Love is minus 108 for 2 touchdown passes as well.
I think, well, here we go. I need to mention this once every week. But what are the chances that neither one of these guys is going to have 2 touchdowns?
Right. Yeah. So just take that.
Very slim.
Right.
So you play them separately. You get 1 out of 2, you get your money back.
Right. We won't put those on the primary since we don't need to ruin the 7 plays.
That to me is the way to play this game.
Right. The touchdown passes here. All right. Yeah, that'll make for a fun night game, at least.
Yeah.
We need that, actually. Last few weeks have been duds, if I recall correctly. Over touchdowns. Okay. And then my man Wicks has done a little bit of a disappearing job. It'd be nice to see him come back to life. Monday night, we have a doubleheader. Let's start with the later game first. Anything on the Falcons-Raiders? Man, the Falcons. What a fall.
It should be an interesting game, I think, because the Falcons, they haven't been playing well, but they have the potential to put up points. And, this is they tend to play well, high-scoring games at home. Well, this isn't at home, but it's the same surface,
right.
And so they can get there. Bijan Robinson, I would think would have a big game in this game. Certainly a big game for Atlanta, not for the Raiders. So I would think when push comes to shove in a big game like this, that they got to win. They're who are they going to trust? Their quarterback, who's been struggling, or their big time running back? I think he's going to be very, very busy in this game. And I think that the Atlanta's defense is very average. The Raiders' offense is certainly less than average, but one thing they do well is they throw the ball to their tight ends. And Mayer last week, Mayer,
Yeah, Michael Mayer. Yep.
He
emerged.
He was supposed to be really good,
Yep.
coming in. I remember a buddy of mine when Mayer came out in the draft, and he's a big Lions fan. And the Lions, I think, had the first. You know how the draft is: you draft the first round one night, then the next night you draft the second and third round, and then the third night you draft the fourth and later. Well, it was the start of the fourth round, and you had that time off in between the picks, and the Lions had the first pick, and they needed a tight end, and my buddy was like, "Oh my God, Mayer, for Notre Dame, they know him. Oh, he's going to be, they're going to take him for sure. I guarantee you they're taking Mayer with their first pick." And they turn around and they draft Laporta. So he was right about them needing a tight end. He just picked the wrong one. But my point is, he was very highly regarded coming out of college. It was disappointing last year. He didn't really do much this year, as obviously the new guy came in and has done a lot. But now all of a sudden seems to be emerging. They seem to be a team now that's going to throw the ball, to both tight ends. So I'm guessing that in this game, you talk about, well, what are the chances of their tight ends? What are the odds on their tight end scoring a TD? Well, you've got the one guy who's probably minus 200. You got the other guy who's probably plus 200. So give me Mayer.
Right. Everything's off the board prop wise on this one. And Mayer's a guy I've been playing the last month. And I'm like, man, is this guy ever going to show up? And then obviously I don't play him last week. And then there you go.
Well, I think that, like I said, they're trying to figure out who their quarterback is.
Right.
They got injuries on the outside. The teams are really, have to, I don't know what took them so long.
Yeah, what's taking you so long to use them?
Figuring out, well, gee, they throw the ball to their tight end, 15 times a game. Let's actually, give them a little stronger coverage. Why are we guarding their wideouts when they just throw the ball to, their tight end? Well, now they've figured out, well, gee, if we put a tight end on the other side of the line as well, they're the middle of the field. They're all going to our star tight end. So we'll just throw it short to our other tight end. Our quarterback can do that. We don't really have a running game. And so, I can see where that becomes a part of their identity. That's the way their coach wants to play. And this is a perfect game for it. This is they should be able to move the ball, certainly not at a Bills-Lions pace, but at an average pace. This game, I can see, this game being a somewhat entertaining 24-21 kind of game. And if the Raiders are going to move the ball in this game, it's going to be through their tight end. So I note to self, check out Mayer's lines on Monday night and play him.
I will not doubt we see Penix Jr. at some point, especially if the Falcons start off bad in this game. I think he gets into this game.
Yeah, the problem with that is they're in the playoff contention, and so you don't want to pull.
Yeah.
You can.
That's the shocking news of this program is that Atlanta's still alive.
You
somehow.
can trust Cousins in a game you absolutely positively got to have, and even if he has a terrible first half and they're down 17-7 at halftime, and this is a disaster, kind of the last thing you want to do is, all right, let's see what our young guys got. No, that's next week is the time for that. If we lose this game, we got to win this game. So come on, Kurt, wake up.
Yeah. What does he have? 9 picks the last 3 games? I think that's what it is.
Ben, probably the worst quarterback in the league. I'm not sure that what DeVito will give him a run for his money this week. But the Raider defense will help them, and get the ball to Bijan. So he's between Bijan and Mayer, you're going to have a couple of nice options.
Cousins has the most important thing going for him. He has the best agent in the league. Getting all those big contracts. The other game's a blowout to me. You said you didn't see many blowouts. I don't see how the Vikings. I had the Vikings in somewhat of a blowout over the Falcons last week. They win by 21. This is the same type of game to me. They hit their lull, and they've kind of righted the ship a little bit. I got to give the guys in the studio credit here. They've been all over Addison for several weeks now, and he's been paying off nicely for him. I have not been on Addison. That's usually an angle I should take. Maybe his troubles off the field kind of steered me away from him there at the beginning of the season. But that's a thing of the past. Jefferson gets double teamed all the time, except for that one highlight of where you see that Falcon flailing about 20 yards away from him at the 5-yard line as he's running into the end zone wide open. But I don't see how the Bears compete here. It's the rookie quarterback against the Flores defense. That's not going to do well for him. The Bears are, we said this several weeks ago, horrible schedule down the stretch. We'd be shocked if they would win another game. This is just that type of deal. They got blown out by the Niners last week. I mean, what's going to happen here in Minnesota with a loud, raucous crowd on Monday night, especially if Detroit loses, too. I mean, up the ante on Minnesota in this one.
Point.
So give me the Vikings to win this game by double digits here. What do you got?
Yeah, my concern about this game is if you look at the Bears have now played, if I'm not mistaken, you can check their schedule. I want to say they played Green Bay, Detroit, and Minnesota all recently. And you got their schedule?
Yeah, they played them competitive. I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, competitive, a little bit more competitive in the games than we thought they would be.
So when were those games? What were
let's see. I'll go back to November the 17th. The Packers beat them by 1 point in Week 11. The Vikings beat them in overtime on November 24th. They lose to the Lions on that Thanksgiving game, and then they get blown out by the Niners.
So they played 3 consecutive division games, all super competitive.
Right.
Then we talked about this last week. Would the Bears even show up for the game at San Francisco? They didn't.
They did not.
So it was no surprise. But now it's the reverse. Now they're back in their element, not at home, but back in their games that they should care about. We talked about this earlier about something like Cincinnati going this week to play Tennessee is the equivalent of the Bears going to San Francisco. I mean, there's no reason to show up when next week you're playing Pittsburgh or next week you're playing Baltimore. And so this is that next week. This is the week where forget what Chicago did last week against San Francisco. We knew they wouldn't show up. But look at what they've done the previous 3 weeks when they played these 3 teams, all much better teams than them, all, fighting for playoffs while Chicago was in disarray. And yet they could have won every one of those games. And so, do we trust them to now return to that kind of form just because they're back in their division? They should take this game seriously, even though it means nothing to them. That's my biggest concern about this game is Chicago really going to give up on the rest of the season because of what happened last week? Or are they going to retain that fight that they had the previous 3 weeks when they play these teams again? And so I'm not, I don't share your opinion on this game being a blowout, although I can see it as a possibility because we see this every year that there are a couple of teams that, they just completely write it in the last 3 weeks of the season, go for the draft pick or whatever it is. Will Chicago be that team? To me, it's 50-50. I don't know whether they're going to be that team or not. So I think Minnesota's going to win this game. Jones had a really good rushing game against them at Chicago, and I don't see why that wouldn't be the case here as well in a game where they should be winning, 55 of the 60 minutes. So I'm going to be watching the Raiders and Falcons. I think that's going to be a more interesting game. But I don't know what to expect from the Bears just because I do think the potential is there for them to take this game seriously. And when they did, whatever it was, 3-4 weeks ago, they almost beat them. So, I'm going to give you a pass on this game.
Okay, 10-4. All right, I'm going to go back to the Jameis Winston pick. Your primary ticket pays off 103-1. I'll go over that here again in a second. But Derrick Henry, 1 touchdown for the game. Chuba Hubbard, a touchdown for the game. Jameis Winston for an interception. All that pays plus 204. If I add David Montgomery for a touchdown, now we're up to 4-1.
All right, that makes sense.
That makes sense right there. Okay.
Yeah.
And then let's see here. Your primary ticket, we'll review that one time. And that is Montgomery for a touchdown. Josh Allen over 38.5 yards rushing. Tua, 2 touchdowns passing. Chuba Hubbard, 85.5 rushing. Devontae Adams, 64.5 receiving over. Chuba Hubbard was an over as well. Derrick Henry, touchdown in the first half only because we're getting a much cheaper price. And Trey McBride, a touchdown for the game. All that pays plus 103-1. So I slapped 40 on it to win 4,190. How about that? So a little greedy.
Then, there's still a lot of, there's greedy plays, and we talked about Kansas City plus 750 for a TD. We talked about Hunt getting a TD at plus 280, Smart getting a TD at plus 430. We're going to throw Wilson's rushing total on some kind of ticket. Maybe even Allen over 100 yards or one of his lesser numbers. I think 11 would be really, 11-1 for 100 yards would be really, really greedy.
Right.
Tyreek Hill 2 times. I mean, there's a lot for you to mix and match with on your greedy ticket as well. So, I think you said it at the beginning. I wasn't necessarily in agreement, but you were right again that this is a very attractive week.
All right. Yes, for the greedy sake, Kansas City defense, Allen rushing yards, Stone Smart touchdown, Tyreek Hill maybe for 2, a Kareem Hunt touchdown. And who was the other one? What was the other thing? There's one other one that was kind of a standout here. You just said it, and I missed the writing down.
Wilson's rushing yards?
Yes. Wilson, 25 yards on some super greedy. Plus 700. Okay, I like it. All right, Dave. Let's see. We're like the NBA in our fantasy league. So out of our 12 teams, half the field makes it, which means we have 6 playoff teams, and I have a bye as the number 2 seed. So I finished second overall in the regular season. I get an off week. My guys can rest, and I'll see how it trickles down with everyone else. How did your son do? Did he end up making the playoffs?
Oh my goodness, a miracle. His team was 7-1 at one point, then lost 5 out of the last 6. Needed to win the last week to get in, didn't win. Then needed 2 teams that he was tied with also to lose. It came down to the Monday night game in both the matchups. He needed Dowdle to score 12 or more points. And so for his rival to lose, which happened. That was the easy one. The other guy, he needed Lamb to outscore Ferguson and Higgins combined. Think about it. CeeDee Lamb against Higgins and Ferguson. I thought this would be a very difficult thing, but Lamb got the early touchdown. Higgins didn't do much. I think the last pass that the Cincinnati quarterback threw was to Higgins in the end zone. Overthrew him, thank goodness. He sneaks by and wins that, so he sneaks into the playoff in a tiebreaker for the last spot. He gets in and draws the first place team, which has I laugh because my son, he's never played before. He drafted. We've talked about this. He drafted 3 Lions, Goff, Montgomery, and Gibbs, all on his team. They all play for him. And it's like, oh, no. You can't have 3 guys from the same team in your lineup every week, but it's worked for the most part for him. He runs in the playoffs against a guy, first place team, who's led by Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua, and Cooper Kupp. He's got 3 Rams in his starting lineup, which obviously was a good thing last week, not a good thing Thursday night. And they only combined for like 30 points. So without having any guys playing, he's off to a nice start in the playoffs. The other guy, was first place team, so he's got other weapons as well. But my son's team's got his 3 Lions. And we'll see how that works out. And then it's a 2-week, it's a 2-week cumulative total. So
right.
But it's nice to in week 1, get a nice 20, 25 point lead, and then see what happens. Well, these guys, I think you would say that they were at least 20 points below their projection. I was thinking if you could hold these 3 guys to 50 points, you'd be happy. Well, he scored 30, and so, wow, you could not have asked for a better start than that.
Are you playing his your Monty Kiffin to his Lane Kiffin type of dealio here, or living vicariously through this?
I try to, I offer him tips on guys to pick up,
right?
Kind of like we do on this show. I say, ooh, pick up this smart guy from the Chargers, play him at tight end, whatever it is. But no, he's got to live and learn how to play. You know how it is. It's a 14-team league, right? And so there's not a lot available on waivers. You're going to win or lose based on who you drafted. And so once he drafted his team, it's like, okay, because these teams have very little depth. So he plays the same lineup every week. He's got Goff, Montgomery, Gibbs, got A.J. Brown, and London. And then he's got Hawkinson at tight end. And then as his flex, he plays, Jones from the Vikings. So, he's got a solid group there. So it's not like he looks at them every week and says, should I play Hopkins, ahead of London or Brown? No, leave your stars in there. Should I play, I don't even know who his backup running backs are, but they aren't very good, and so, no, he just, I'm guessing he's played 14 weeks now, not counting the buys. He's probably made 3 or 4 lineup changes all season long. Just kept running with the same guys. And unfortunately for him, the Lions score so many points that it's worked out. Although, like I said, he's been in a huge tailspin of late, and we'll see. But again, you look at his lineup, and he's got, you got the Lions in a game this week where, if we're right, they're going to put up a lot of points, and that'll be, is his 3 Lions against the other guy's 3 Rams. And fortunately for him, the Rams did poorly. Now it's up to his Lions to come through for him and vault him into the lead. So anyway, it's been a nice experience for him, and I'm sure he's looking forward to playing again next year. And that's what fantasy is all about. The more people who play fantasy, the more they realize, wow, that was kind of fun. especially in the old days. I'm very old, obviously, but in the old days, much more so than these days. The old days, you played fantasy against guys and women in your office,
Right.
And so you ran into these people all the time. And there's a lot of trash talking, and you suck, you don't know anything about football, this kind of thing, which really adds to it. Well, that's what his league is about, because he plays on a college volleyball team, and it's all the guys on the team are in this league, and so I'm not there, but I can imagine that. Oh, Daniel, you don't know anything about football,
Right.
Which he really doesn't. But at least now he can say, I remember you said I didn't know anything about football. Yeah, you say that to my Lions now, who's nice 49er season, or your 49ers, or nice Rams season, whatever it is. And so he's taken a lot greater interest. He actually, even he said his birthday, he got a Gibbs jersey. That he wears now on Sundays. So it's created another football fan, and that's good for the sport.
All right, Dave. Let's hope week 15 does good for all of us. Enjoy the games.
Yeah, it should be a fun week. A lot of great games.
Yep. All right, we'll talk next week.
All right.
Thank you. All right, nephew Dave now joins us. He's in the studio. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nephew Dave, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. All right, Nephew Dave, we got a huge slate, so we're going to get right to it. And Survivor is still kind of struggling along for some people. I mean, they've been down to just a handful of people forever now. The big casino, Vegas, circa Survivor is down to, I think, 50 people still, but it's been dwindled down from 100 over the course of 6 or 7 weeks now, maybe even a little bit more. So the casualties have been far and few in between. My Survivor is over with. Me and Miss Kelly did an initial chop, played for the rest, and then I took her out a couple weeks ago with Tampa Bay over the Giants. She had the Steelers when they lost at Cleveland. So, nephew Dave, do you have the games and the updated lines ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do Survivor.
All right, let's get into it. Baltimore Ravens traveling to the Giants.
That's your Survivor if you have them.
Has to be, right?
Yep.
I mean, 16.5 for the Ravens. My goodness. That could be an absolute bloodbath. Over under 42.5.
All right.
Chiefs at the Browns. Minus 4.5 for the Chiefs. You're over under 41.5. Steve, I don't know. You made a case here. We talked behind the scenes a little bit for some weather here. Which gives you some concern. Chiefs, they find a way to get it done, but it's not pretty, and I don't know about Survivor.
I think they could win this game in a lower scoring game this afternoon. Total down to 41.5, it looks like, at least on my end. So it looks like money is coming in on the under so far today.
Washington taking on New Orleans, this one down there. In New Orleans, minus 7.5 for Washington. Your over-under is 44 on my book here, Steve. Maybe if you have Washington, this could be a spot for them as well.
I think Washington can win this. If you need them for Survivor, I think this is a good pick today. The Saints will scare you a little bit just because it's a road game, and sometimes these teams play down their competition.
Right.
But I think the injuries are so much here. This is a Jaden Daniels homecoming, man. That's what we need to remember.
Right.
Jaden Daniels is coming home to the Bayou. You don't think he's got 50, 100 people in the stands rooting for him today? Usually that goes well. So I think a big day for him.
All right, here's one I think you could jump on board with. Cincinnati taking on Tennessee. This one is in Tennessee. Minus 5.5 for the Bengals. Your over-under here is going to be 46.5. And Steve, We say it every week about the Bengals, but I mean, they show a competitive spark, and I think against a poor Tennessee team, here's maybe an option if you can get away with kind of a sneaky pick here.
A lot of people hate the Bengals for the torture. I mean, basically, the Bengals were the number one survivor killer all season long. I'll say this. I think that they can sneeze and not care in this meaningless game and still win by double digits.
Right. All right, here's an interesting matchup. I've heard some things about this one, and none good for the Cowboys as Dallas takes on Carolina in Carolina. Carolina actually favored in this game, Steve, minus 142 on the money line. They're minus 2.5 at home. Your over-under here is 43. How about this one?
Interesting game here. No survivor. Too tricky.
All right. Miami taking on Houston today. This one in Houston, minus 3 for the Texans. Your over-under is 46. Houston, a much different team, it seems like, at home. Maybe you could use them here, but Miami is motivated. I think I would actually stay away from it.
Interesting. The numbers all over the place. If you can find a 2.5, go with that. If you like Houston, if you like Miami, go grab that 3. I see 46.5 as a total as well. So we do have line movement here. I would pass on survivor.
All right. The Jets taking on the Jaguars in Jacksonville, minus 3.5 for the Jets. Your over-under is 41. Steve, I guess you could take the Jets here.
Yeah, I think the Jets are a very fine survivor pick today.
All right. Probably no pick here. Pittsburgh traveling to Philly, the Battle of Pennsylvania.
No, pass.
Yeah, minus 5.5 for the Eagles. Over-under is 43. All right, another interesting game, 425. The Bucks taking on the Chargers. This one cross-country in L.A., minus 2.5 for the Chargers. Your over-under is 45.5.
Pass.
All right. Here we go. Probably the game of the day. The Bills taking on the Lions in Detroit. Minus 2.5 for Detroit. Big total here. Over under is 54.5.
Game of the day. I thought you were going to say New England and Arizona.
It was a close second.
Pass.
All right. Another interesting match. There's some interesting matchups today here, Steve. The Colts taking on the Broncos in Denver. Minus 4.5 for the Broncos. Over under here is 43.5.
Interesting game. Pass on survivor.
All right. All right. The one near and dear to your heart, the Patriots traveling cross country to take on the Cardinals. Minus 6 for the Cardinals. Your over under is 46.
I think this is probably a good spot for Arizona for survivor. I don't expect the Patriots to travel across country here, and I'll give the State of the Union. I'll just go ahead and give it now.
All right.
I mean, 4 wins, 5 wins. What are you going to get? Get stuck at 3 here. They got Buffalo coming up a couple of times. We'll see how motivated Buffalo is at that point. This could be the last winnable game for New England. I want to see Drake May compete hard here. The Cardinals defense has been underrated, but not as great lately. Again, coaching, I think, is probably the edge on Arizona here. I like Mayo. Again, he's from Hampton, Virginia. He's from right here. I'm going to be a fan of his. I got his number. Do I have it hanging up in the studio here? Yeah, I do. I got number 150. You don't see it on the camera, but the number 51 Mayo jersey is hanging on my wall behind me. That being said, I'm not so sure he's a great coach. And the Cardinals will find a way to win here, I think. I'm hoping the Patriots try to play hard here. I got to imagine they will. You know what, man? This is a weird one, man. You can't trust Arizona at the end of the day. I don't think you can here. I would say this is a good survivor, but now I'm having second thoughts. Just because the Patriots have played everyone hard and close for the most part.
They do bring the effort. Yeah, you are right about that. All right, the Packers in Seattle taking on the Seahawks. Minus 2.5 for the Packers. Your over-under is 46.5.
Pass.
All right. We got 2 Monday night games. The Bears taking on the Vikings, 8:15 p.m. Minus 6.5 for the Vikings. Your over-under is 44.
I think you could use Minnesota here if you have.
All right.
I know the Bears have played their divisional rivals close. but they have to be semi-checked out for the season. At this point.
Right. All right, 8:30 p.m. on your Monday evening. The Falcons taking on the Raiders, minus 5.5 for the Falcons. Over 44.5 is your total. Steve, the Falcons here maybe against a Raiders team that really has nothing going on.
Even if you pick the winner here, you're still probably a loser.
Indeed.
So, pass for me.
All right, there's your Survivor slate.
All right. So my best Survivor pick would be obviously Baltimore is a good one, but the Jets, if you have them, which you probably do, because if you've used the Jets, you're probably out of Survivor,
Right.
to be honest. So you probably do have the Jets. I think that's a capable pick if you want to go against the grain and not take the Ravens. Besides that, the Commanders, I'll throw in my top three. What do you got?
I would give it's a gutsy play right towards the end, Steve, but I think I would take the Bengals here over Tennessee.
Right. As I told Dave Del Grande and you just a minute ago, I think the Bengals can sneeze, not care about this game, and still win by double digits.
Right.
All right, let's get to the top of the slate, Dave. I get to get the State of the Union of your Commanders from you here. I have them at a 7.5 point favorite, 43.5.
Right.
As it sounds like World War III outside, all of our drone talking and everything we've been talking about.
Now you got them targeted on us, Steve.
There's a very loud aircraft outside the studio right now. Yeah, we could be the targets, Dave. 7.5 for the Commanders, 43.5. I like the Commanders here. I think they can almost name their score. At the end of the day, the Saints are not going to be able to keep up offensively with Washington. It's Jake Haener at quarterback. His baseline is 186.5. Jaden Daniels is only at Dave, can you hand me a piece of paper behind you? Do you mind? Jaden Daniels for the Commanders today is at 221.5 for his baseline passing. Now, I get it. I'll get Dave's take on the State of the Union part of this in a second. But Robinson has been getting the bulk of the carries here. I just think this is hey, man, I'm coming home to the Bayou. We are down here back at home. Let's put on a show for the crowd. Let's have a good game. Let's play great complimentary football. Try to really feel good about ourselves as we try to hold off the Rams coming down the stretch here in the playoffs. So I like Jaden Daniels today for me to have a big game. I think he's my premier player. This could be a game in which Robinson, who they've been using a lot, he's been beat up and hurt a little bit. Maybe let's just we're inside on the dome turf. Let's just maybe take it easy on Robinson. Maybe let's get McNichols involved a little bit more once we get a big lead. And let's let Jaden Daniels' legs and his arms just go ahead and try to win this game for us. So the de facto player that's going to end up benefiting from this is obviously two players to me as well on the receiving end. I think that's Ertz at tight end. I think he'll end up having a nice big day today. He's just at 34.5 baselines for Zach Ertz. And then the other guy I will talk about is Terry McLaurin, which we talk about every week anyway. And you know what? He shows up and performs. So I don't doubt that he has a great game as well today. I'll get to the numbers in a second, Dave. Go ahead and give me your State of the Union of the Commanders right now.
Well, Steve, State of the Union is, we're coming off the bye, and it was couldn't come at a better time. I know it's the last round of byes, so there are no more. But, just at this point, with some guys being banged up, bye came at a really good time. I'm hearing the spirits are high, and it's going to be the same thing if you remember the State of the Union before the bye when I said they needed to come out angry and play tough in that game and really take control of it. And that's exactly what they did. And it's going to be the same thing here where you think, oh, it's just the Saints. You could get a good effort from them. And this is a game, Steve, where they really need to win this because because now they have the Rams nipping at their heels for that last playoff spot. And the Rams are hot right now. And if you look at their schedule, it is very, very easy for them the rest of the way out. Now, Washington, big game with Philly next week. So this is a game where they need to not overlook and once again come out angry. So the State of the Union is good. Let's take care of business today. We got a tough game next week. So, again, let's not overlook, take care of business, come out angry, and get out of here with a big W. Now, Steve, there are two guys that I want to note on real quick that I've heard, through the research and different pages and interviews that I've seen. Dyami Brown, one to look out for today. He's plus 265. You've got to think with the injury to Noah Brown, they go and pick up Osborne, your guy there.
Right.
And he may need a little bit of time to get in there with the offense. So somebody's going to have to step up. And why not Dyami Brown?
Nice angle. I like it.
And one more. We've been waiting for it and waiting for it and waiting for it. And I hear, nothing but good things from the teammates. And again, with the injury, somebody's going to have to step up.
Luka McCaffrey.
Exactly. Why not him in this spot? It's his time to shine. He can make plays. It's been shown when they get him the ball. He just doesn't get it that often. So, this could be a time towards the end of the season where somebody we're not looking out for has to step up. And you look at Luke McCaffrey, Steve, plus 650 anytime.
I got him at plus 950, Dave, so I have better than that.
Absolutely. And you probably have better on this, 70-1 for 2.
I don't have actually unlisted for me.
Oh.
So you actually have the better of that. I don't even have him for a baseline receive yard, but I do have Dyami Brown for 25.5, which that's pretty low if you're going to put it that way here. Let's see here. Do we get an alternate number on him? Well, go ahead and finish your state of the union.
Yeah, figure, he's going to go into either the number 2 spot or the slot. He's going to get his opportunities. And he can go over the top. We've seen before a couple times. So look out for Dyami Brown today. And Steve, let's just keep at least a little bit of eye on McCaffrey here as maybe his usage starts to bump up a little bit.
All right, a lot of numbers to go through. On the receiving end, on the baseline, McLaurin is 66.5. I feel like these are all too small. Zach Ertz, 34.5. On the flip side, Valdez Scantling is just 36.5. Dyami Brown, 25.5. Juwan Johnson, 34.5. He's been the breadwinner for the Saints in their porous play. Foster Moreau, 16.5. Kamara is 31.5. Brian Robinson Jr., 9.5. How about that, Dave, for Robinson Jr. out of the backfield?
Right, and he's paying nice for 25 as well, Steve. Actually, I'll go ahead and tell you that number real quick.
Yeah, what do we got?
Plus 275 for 25 receiving yards.
Wow, okay. Zacchaeus is 19.5 for his baseline. I don't have a ton of receiving numbers available here.
Yeah, I don't have any McCaffreys either.
I wish we'd get more. Okay, let me get to the quarterback stuff. Because, and McLaurin's 3-1 to get to 100 yards, by the way. I'll just throw that out there. And if he's the ultimate breadwinner, like a Jamar Chase type of player, which I feel like he's playing like that, teams are really having a hard time stopping him. Why not just keep giving him the ball,
right?
To be honest. Even in whatever double coverage he may see today. Passing wise, again, the baseline for Daniels, 221.5. That seems low to me. So you're going to get paid real nicely for 300 yards or more today at plus 550. I think he does it through the air. I think he does it on the ground, to be honest. Maybe just, like I said, give him a little bit of a break here to Brian Robinson Jr., who is at 77.5 for his baseline. Daniels is 40.5, which seems high, but man, I swear, I think he can get to 50, maybe even 60 today. Kamara is 60.5. Kendre Miller, 31.5. Jake Haener, just 11.5. That's actually an interesting number.
That is. That's really interesting.
Quarterback rush.
He's going on the list for the interceptions, and we'll narrow that down off air.
Yeah. Put him on the list for the interceptions to throw an interception today. But Hainer at 11.5 is interesting. Do I have an alternate number on him? I don't. Do I have an alternate number on Jaden Daniels' rush? I do. 60 yards for Jaden Daniels is 275. Is that plus 250 for 60 yards for Jaden Daniels? If he can get to 100 yards, he's 13-1. We kind of laugh at that, but I mean, not really, man. I mean, let's be honest. To record an interception today, I don't know why, but we don't have. We have 6 players listed. At least I do, and not one of them is Lattimore. Do you have anything on Lattimore for a defensive interception?
I don't have any. I might have to check my other one, but over here on my main book, I don't.
Nothing under defensive props.
But I mean, Steve, maybe the way to go about that is the defensive anytime for them. Couldn't you just see the storybook? You know, Lattimore gets a pick 6 against his old team.
Yes. That number is plus 650. I'm going to play that regardless. Defense for a touchdown today. This is one of the defenses I like for Lattimore to take it back, and even for 2, perhaps. But the touchdown numbers are minus 140. Kamara's even money. Daniels plus 110. McLaurin plus 140. Ertz plus 230. Kendre Miller plus 360. De'Ami Brown plus 370. So a nice price for him. Plus 420 for Valdez-Scantling. McNichols is 5-1. Rodriguez Jr. is 5-1. Jamal Williams plus 550. Juwan Johnson plus 550. The Washington defense plus 650. Foster Moreau plus 650. Luka McCaffrey plus 950 on my book. Hayner's interesting because I think he will scramble 12-1 for a touchdown for him. 2 touchdowns today. Robinson Jr. is plus 460. Kamara plus 650. I played Jaden Daniels on some tickets already at 7-1 because I think he can score twice. I got McLaurin first 2 touchdowns on the ticket somewhere at 10-1. I should throw Ertz in there at 21-1. But I'll probably put him and 2 other guys as anytime touchdown scorers for your boys today, Dave. And how about touchdown madness? We'll start a ticket on that today.
All right.
37-1 for De'Ami Brown. We'll throw him on there.
Yeah, let's do it.
For the touchdown madness. Commanders defense 70-1. All right, so give me the Commanders and the roll job, and I'll take all the props. I'll take the Daniels passing. I'll take his receiving. I'll take all the receivers, Ertz, McLaurin. I like your McCaffrey for a touchdown. I like your De'Ami Brown for some yards as well. Throw Robinson on for some receive yards. A big day for you guys, I think.
Hainer did have an interesting 25 rushing number too. If you want to hear that.
What'd you get on that?
So Hainer for 25 rushing yards plus 320. If they're getting through that offensive line, he may have to do that.
Yeah, and especially playing from behind as well. Washington's bound to drop back into a more of a prevent type of defense,
right?
And they'll allow him to run. They won't have any issues letting him run. Now, maybe he's so bad they throw Radler in there. Who knows? And then you're screwed.
Yeah, that could be counterfeit.
All right, meaningless game with the Bengals and the Titans, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bengals minus 5.5, 46.5. The passing numbers for this are as follows. And again, what's the motivation of either of these teams? Will Levis 218.5, Burrow 273.5. Del Grande likes the idea that the Bengals just could come in and handing the ball off to Chase Brown a ton. Which I could see that. I kind of like that idea, to be honest. T. Higgins is 68.5. I do have my man Ala up in New Haven, Connecticut, asking if we like T. Higgins for an anytime touchdown today. I'll get to that number in a minute. Do you like Higgins for a touchdown?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I mean, yeah, why not?
That number, actually, we'll throw that out.
Plus 140 for me.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So Dave likes it. See, Dave's more convinced the Bengals come in here and thrash these guys. Del Grande thinks they'll come and play conservative because it doesn't matter. I'm kind of somewhere in between.
That offense is just way better than Tennessee's offense.
Right. Yeah, they can accidentally beat these guys by 10 points.
Yeah, and if it means nothing, why not go out there and just beat the piss out of them?
Right. Jamar Chase, 90.5. Ridley, 64.5. And honestly, they might be like, you know what, guys, get us a big lead, and then I can pull you out in a second.
Right, exactly.
29.5 for Chase Brown. Isis is 21.5. Okonkwo, 24.5. Gesicki, 22.5. Westbrook-Akine, 37.5. Tyler Boyd, 23.5. Tyler Boyd against his old team today, maybe? That'd be an interesting angle. Pollard, 14.5. Tanner Hudson, 11.5. I'm not so sure why they don't throw Hudson the ball more. I would take a look at him today. 40 yards for Tanner Hudson is at plus 980. 25 yards for him is at plus 310. So I'm going to put him on for some yardage at least. Tyler Boyd, alternate receiving for him, 50 yards is at plus 420. So really you could do 40 for Hudson and 40 for, let's just see what it pays real quick. 40 for Hudson and 40 for Boyd. And you're going to get 30-1 on the payout. That's interesting.
Yes. Yep.
So I'll throw De'Ami Brown. I had to delete him. I'll throw him back on this 2-touchdown ticket. Let's see your thoughts on this game, Dave. Then I'll hit some more numbers.
Steve, like I said, I like the Bengals in this spot, but I look at some of these guys for the Titans. Now, I still believe that the Bengals have the better offense, but flip side of that coin is their defense is trash. So why not? Why does that not open the door for some of these guys like Ridley and, Westbrook-Akine, who's just been cashing every single week? Plus 250 for Akine for any time, 22-1 for 2 touchdowns. That could easily go into the madness. I think we could see some points here just because the Bengals defense just has not been what they expected it to be this season. So, there's guys that can really get their chances. Spears, Akine, Ridley, you got Tony Pollard in there. And Steve, maybe this is more points than we expect.
Okay. All right. So, sneaky overplay here, perhaps.
And I'm going to look at the prop too, because, the prop that we love is 14-1 right now. And maybe this is a game where you don't expect it at all. But it ends up happening. So each team for a touchdown and a field goal.
Okay. I think just for touchdown madness sake, do we want to throw in Westbrook-Akine at 18-1 or go for the long shot Tyler Boyd, who never gets the ball, at 65?
I'm going to leave it up to you, but I love Akine in that spot. Somebody's got to produce for him.
All right. We'll throw 18-1, the more conservative play. It's funny you're calling Akine, or I'm calling Akine, the conservative play at this point. That's how good he's been. All right, let's see. Other games on this, or other lines here. Let's see. What else? Hit the 2 touchdown scores. How about the baseline numbers? Baseline team total. Cincinnati's 26.5, Tennessee 20.5. And your 2 touchdown scores, Akine 18-1, Ridley 13-1, plus 950 for T. Chase Brown plus 470, Jamar Chase plus 490, Pollard 8-1, Gesicki 50-1, Isis 49-1, Tajay Spears 40-1, Tyler Boyd 65-1, Okonkwo 65-1, Levis 70-1, Bengals defense 75-1, Burrow 80-1, Khalil Herbert 100-1. Tanner Hudson 120-1. Let's throw him in as the other oddball guy.
All right.
We pick in the touchdown madness. We'll pick one from each team. Might as well throw Hudson in there at 120-1, just in case they do call off the dogs out with Chase and Higgins and all that. And,
right.
Let's get Hudson in there a second time. Let him have he's playing the whole second half. So we'll go that route. All right. So a hard day for Tennessee at home is what I think the general consensus is here. Miami and Houston. Interested to get your take here, Dave. 2.5 for the Texans. 46.5 is what I see. I think you had 3 and 46. The touchdown scores in this game. Favorite Mixon minus 200. Achane plus 105. I figure those guys are a wash, to be honest.
Right.
In that regard. Nico is plus 120. Tyreek plus 135. Waddle plus 195. You're getting some good numbers in this game. Tank Dell plus 190. Jonnu Smith now plus 220. Dalton Schultz plus 260. Raheem Mostert degraded all the way down to a plus 450. Malik Washington 5-1. Mechie the third 5-1. Stroud is plus 750 for him to score. Damian Pierce at 11-1. Our old man Durham Smithy 20-1. He never scores. Let's see here. Passing prop wise, Del Grande likes the Tua touchdowns, 2 or more. He's 264.5 baseline. Stroud 255.5. I think we get some yards and some touchdowns here. Stroud for 2 touchdowns plus 104. 3 touchdowns 4-1. Tua for his touchdowns for 3 touchdowns is plus 310. Tua and Stroud. Let me put on my list here. Passing yards. Tua 300 is a 2-1. I mean, he'll probably get that. Stroud plus 240 for 300 or more yards for himself. You got to worry about Mixon. You got to worry about Mixon and Achane stealing those passing yards.
Right.
But they can both throw for it. That's for sure. You're getting good numbers on 4 touchdowns, too. Both of these guys over 10-1. Let's see here. Receiving prop-wise, Malik Washington 11.5, Jonnu 45.5, Achane 34.5, Tyreek 74.5. That's up 3 yards from the other day. Waddle 54.5, Mixon 20.5, Nico 87.5, Tank Dell 44.5, Schultz 34.5, Mechie the third 17.5. Passing prop wise, Stroud 255 baseline, 264 for Tua. We talked about that. Rushing prop wise, let's see here. Stroud is at 12.5, Mixon 78.5, Achane 47.5, Mostert 14.5. Stroud for his alternate to get to 25 is at plus 340. I don't know if I want to take that, but I'm going to consider it. He's just bound to throw it back. I mean, the Miami defense isn't one to pressure you. They're ones to let Nico and Tank Dell run free.
Right.
So he ain't running the ball if that's happening. Touchdowns for this game. We went through the 1 touchdowns, right? Let's go through the 2 touchdowns, and I'll get Dave's take. Mixon plus 270, Achane 7-1, Nico 850, Tyreek 10-1, Waddle 15-1, Dell 18-1, Jonnu 21-1, Schultz 27-1, Mostert 46-1, Mechie 60-1. All right, Dave, what do you like here?
Interesting game here. You wouldn't maybe think so with this matchup, but the Dolphins, still believe that they're hanging around there in the hunt. So they really got to get things going, Steve. And if they're going to do that, I'm going to look at the 2 guys that have really seemed to have come to life for them. Jalen Waddle plus 225 anytime. And for the numbers anyway, I think this is where you want to look if you want to get a little bit better payout. And Jonnu Smith been very reliable for them. Plus 215 and 19-1 for 2. I'm going to end up probably playing that. I like that for Jonnu Smith. I think everything else is probably pretty open, Steve. I think we may see some points here. Again, Dolphins really need to kind of bring their best and squeeze this one out, or, things are looking very, very dim for them. So my 2 guys to highlight here, Steve, are going to be Waddle and Smith, with a little bit more of an emphasis on Jonnu Smith.
All right. Let's see here. Alternate over is something I would look at here, as I'm trying to keep an eye on the Brighton and Crystal Palace score. Brighton with 0 goals still, Dave. We want them to get 2, audience. Let's see here. The number that I'm going to look at is the alternate over. So let me find that. Alternate total points. This is a game that could be 31-28, even more, 34-31. So if that's the case, then you're getting 5-1 to get to 61 points plus 450 to 59.5 points. So when I'm looking at alternate spreads today, the Dolphins over will be one of them that I'm going to throw on a ticket here. So is that the only alternate that we would have gone through? I think we're only on the third game, right?
Right.
Cincinnati's a potential. Washington's on that ticket too. So Washington's side, Dolphins over, Bengals somewhat of a question mark, but maybe the Bengals. All right. Anything else on this game, Dave?
Nope.
It looks like we could have rain and wind here for Cleveland and the Chiefs. Go ahead and look up your weather in your Cleveland, Dave, right now on your phone and see what you get. 4.5 for the Chiefs, 41.5 is the total here, so it is down. Again, the Chiefs smoke and mirrors. Their passing numbers today. It's interesting to see what Mahomes may be.
Interesting.
235.5. Winston's 234.5. It has to be bad weather forecast, correct?
Yeah, Steve, I'll go over that real quick. 38 degrees right now. It's raining. It feels like 28, and at about 2 p.m., they're going to have some moderate rain lasting until probably well after the game. Looks till about 6 o'clock or so. So this one could be cold and rainy.
What kind of wind do you see?
The wind is how's the wind blowing right now? It is southeast 17 miles per hour.
There you go. That's probably gusting a little bit as well. All right, receiving prop wise, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to run away from this game.
Yeah, yeah.
Jerome Ford, 16.5. Michael Woods, whoever that is, 18.5 receiving yards. Elijah Moore's 46.5. Juju Smith-Schuster's 12.5. Pacheco, 11.5. That's the one prop I could get on board with here, receiving wise, is the Pacheco. 26.5 for Gray. Worthy, 39.5. Judy, 69.5. DeAndre Hopkins, 46.5. 52.5 for Kelsey. These are all lower because there's issues with the weather here. Pacheco, 58.5 is an interesting one to me. For his rushing.
You would think he's probably a little bit more involved now coming back from injury, right?
Yeah. Chubb, 39.5. Ford, 31.5. Kareem Hunt, 24.5. Pat Mahomes, 17.5. Winston, 9.5. The Pacheco over yards today, if he's going to be a mutta, 100 yards is at plus 570. Man, I could see that. I could see that on the alternate number.
Yeah.
Just keep it on the ground. Let's let Pacheco try to kill it. But I like him on his receiving number 2. For 25 yards receiving for Pacheco, again, you're going to get 25 yards is plus 320. For 40 yards plus 980 today. How about that? 50 yards is 15-1. So Pacheco receive yards is paying off the hook. And he's going to probably do a short pass or two because of the weather here. So give me all those numbers. Touchdown-wise, Pacheco's minus plus 125. Kelsey plus 145. Judy plus 155. Chubb plus 210. DeAndre Hopkins plus 240. There's David Njoku listed, although we don't have receiving yard numbers for him, and he is banged up. So proceed with caution, plus 250. Jordan Atkins plus 250. Elijah Moore plus 260. Xavier Worthy plus 290. Jerome Ford plus 310. Kareem Hunt plus 410. Noah Gray plus 440 is actually not a bad price for him today. I just don't know where we're going to get through the air. Pacheco for 2 touchdowns, 8-1. Kelsey, 11-1. Judy, 12-1. Nick Chubb 19-1, Atkins 23-1, and Njoku 23-1, DeAndre Hopkins 25-1, Elijah Moore 25-1, Worthy 29-1, Jerome Ford 35-1, Kareem Hunt 44-1, Noah Gray 55-1. You know what? For a ringer for 2 touchdown madness, let's just throw in Pacheco at 8-1.
All right.
Because that could be, honestly, if we got a De'Ami Brown, Isaiah Pacheco 2 parlay winner, I'd be fine with that payout.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Tanner Hudson and Pacheco, something like that. All right. What else here, Dave?
Well, I would like this game a whole lot more if the weather was nice, because I think there would be a lot of doors open here in this contest, prop-wise. I did have DeAndre Hopkins, and I think I got him at plus 190 for any time. He's now plus 240. Weather scares me a bit, but a receiver like that with a good number, still gonna take that, Steve. But I'm gonna go a little bit here with the flip side of the coin. I'm gonna go with the counterfeit man, Kareem Hunt. I think you see him get in today. They could use him around the goal line or, somewhere in the red zone where
little revenge game.
Yeah, little revenge game. He breaks a couple tackles and he's in from 13 yards away. There he is at plus 255. So if this is going to be on the ground, Pacheco is a running back that I like very much. But I'm going to play the counterfeit, and I'm going to go with the Kareem Hunt angle today, Steve.
You know what, Dave? I like that very much. Because Del Grande said the same thing you did on that. So, did you hear the Ant-Man on the cocoon next door?
He fell down. He's rolling out of his cocoon.
I heard the dog barking at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, who knows what was happening over there? Yeah, Dave, sorry. I'm just looking at this.
No, you're good. You're good.
2 touchdown madness gloriousness that we have already going with De'Ami Brown, Nick Westbrook, Akine, Tanner Hudson, and Isaiah Pacheco. What do you think all 4 of those pay on 25 cents, Dave?
Oh, somewhere around $3,000.
$81,000.
Oh, wow. I was not even close.
All right. Next game on the board, Cowboys and Panthers. Let's get to the 4 o'clocks and we'll take a quick break. So 3 more games, then we'll come back and do the rest.
All right.
I'm going to have to regroup. We'll probably go right until hopefully about 1 more hour and we can be wrapped up. Cowboys and Panthers. Carolina is minus 2.5, 42.5. What's your first gut here?
My gut, Steve, is this is like when you ate a bad gas station burrito here. This game, I don't know what to think of this. Cowboys have the better record. They're on the road. Panthers, they're playing these better teams tough. Is today they finally, is this the day they break through? Man, I don't know. I don't know who to trust in this one, Steve. Your Chuba Hubbard numbers are not exactly fantastic. He's plus 320 for 2 touchdowns. Is it the cast of characters that we usually see? But I'm going to tell you what, there is one guy that I really like, and I didn't realize that he had as many catches or touchdowns as he did, and it's only 4. But he's up there in the top with the receivers is Xavier Leggett.
Yeah,
or Leggett.
Yeah. Who eats raccoon, by the way? Did you see that?
Yes, he eats raccoon. He's just a good old country boy down there in Carolina. Plus 250 for 1, 22 to 1 for 2. And I think he has to find his way on my 2 touchdown ticket. Steve, this game could be back and forth. Man, I've seen people don't like the Cowboys in this spot. And the Cowboys have to have it. There, who knows what could happen in this game, Steve? But give me the raccoon eating Xavier Leggett for 1 at least, and put him on. Let's go for 2.
Look at that! I like that. Throw him in touchdown madness for 2. How about that?
Why not? I mean, he almost had that catch to beat the Eagles, just barely dropped it. I mean, this team plays hard. They could overtake the Cowboys today.
All right, so I think this is an over game. I think we can see some points here. So touchdown scores in this game, and then I'll get to the 2. Chuba's minus 185. Let's see. Rico Dowdle minus 125. CD Lamb plus 195. Thielen plus 240. He's been fantastic. Jake Ferguson plus 250. Xavier Leggett, as I call him, plus 270. Coker plus 430. Brandon Cooks plus 480. David Moore plus 450. He still exists. Tommy Tremble 5-1. Bryce Young 6-1. 2 touchdowns. Hubbard plus 310. I've already played him with all the other favorites here. And I did play Dave Del Grande's ticket of that pays 6-1, Dave. 1 touchdown for Chuba Hubbard, 1 for Travis, for Derrick Henry. I think we'll get to that game in a minute, right? We haven't talked about the Ravens yet.
Not yet.
And Jameis Winston interception, which we forgot to mention, which is minus 220 for the Browns today.
But we can bump that up if you want them on there.
Yeah. You know what I like too? I like his under completions today.
Okay.
And bad weather. Under completions for Jameis Winston today is going to find its way on the ticket. I think it's at 22.5. Maybe it's 21.5 now. 2 touchdowns for the Cowboys. Rico Dowdle 5-1. CD Lamb 17-1. Thielen for the Panthers 21-1. Jake Ferguson 24-1. Coker 55-1. Cook 65-1. Like I said, David Moore 65-1. Trimble 75-1. The passing props. Bryce Young's 206.5. Cooper Rush 206.5. I'm interested in both of those overs, actually. But probably Bryce, yeah.
And maybe look at Brandon Cooks, too, for Dallas.
Chuba's going to get a lot of carries here in this game. Is the problem. I could see Cooper. Dallas is it could be Dowdle, too. All right, so both of these guys are lower numbers. If you think that they can pass for touchdowns, maybe that's the way to go. 3 for Young is at 6-1. 2's a plus 154. Cooper Rush plus 164 for 2, plus 680 for 3. Throw Cooper Rush on our interception list.
All
right. Cooper Rush plus 250 for 250 yards or more. So that's the same number. Plus 250 for 250. Plus 260 if you think Bryce Young can get 250 or more. 300 yards for Young, 8-1, as we mentioned. Rushing wise, let's see. Cooper Rush is 2.5. Bryce Young, 16.5. He's been running more. Hubbard's 18.5. Dowdle, 81.5. Cooper Rush, do we get an alternate on him? You might be able to get it. I see Bryce Young alternate at plus 198 for 25. 40 or more for Bryce Young is at plus 730.
Wow.
That is a big number.
Yeah, I have 25 for plus 145 and 40 for plus 390.
Wow. Chuba Hubbard for 100 yards today is at plus 156. Interesting. And then let's see. Receiving wise, Dowdle's 14.5. Chuba's 16.5. I think both of those are live. Cooks is 24.5. Leggett's 36.5. Thielen 52.5. Ferguson 35.5. You got to think he's going to have a big game sooner or later. 62.5 for Lamb. So I'm going to be interested in a few things here. I'm going to look at the receiving yards for Hubbard. I'll probably throw Dowdle in there somewhere. I like CD to have a big game. I just do today against a bad secondary. So I'll play him for 2 touchdowns somewhere. I'll play Chuba Hubbard for a couple of scores as well. That's not the worst thing in the world if you want to play CD and Hubbard together for 2. I think you have a chance at that. And I might dabble in these passing touchdowns since they're such extraordinary payouts. Kind of on some long shot tickets of guys you wouldn't expect. So I have them notated, and that's the angle I'll take. But ultimately, I think we get over. I'm not sure we get a super crazy alternate over. The number I would be comfortable with would be, I mean, I think just to get to 50, but I don't know if that's going to be worth my money. Plus 235. I just might, I'll pass on that. I'll leave him off the list, but I think we can get points here anyway, Dave.
Right. Did you want something with Cooper rushing yards?
What is he for 25?
25 is 11-1.
Wow.
I don't know if he gets quite to there, but man, that's a number that draws you to it for sure.
Just trying to be a competitor and win the game. He could get there. All right. Jets and anything else on that one?
Nope.
Jets and Jaguars. I like the Jets here. I'm going to put them on my alternate line list. They're sick again. Crapped on. They've almost won a couple weeks in a row. The little engine that could style. They'll get over the hump today against the lowly Jacksonville Jaguars with my man Mac Jones at quarterback, who my fantasy team did nothing for me last week as I needed as both of my guys were on a bye, Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. I resorted to Mac Smith for 5 points in fantasy, but it didn't matter. I won and got the second place bye, Dave.
Nice.
Overall, Dave had 199 points on his fantasy team last week. His fantasy team that has just 2 wins on the season before last week.
Oh, it's been a down fantasy year. Last year was pretty good. This year was the opposite, but sometimes it's like that. Steve.
Yeah. 3.5 for the Jets. I think they can win this game by 16.5 or so over the Jaguars. I think Devontae Adams has a big day. I think Aaron Rodgers has a big day. I'm not messing around with the running backs. I know Breece Hall is coming back. I tried out Braylon Allen last week. He got counterfeited by Isaiah Davis. So I'm done with Jets running backs. But I do see the trend going here where it's all Devontae Adams all the time here for Aaron Rodgers. Now, he'll probably throw one to Wilson today, too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
To keep him happy. So I got Wilson on the primary ticket. In fact, I'm flipping through tickets on the screen here for you guys to take a look at. I just flipped to a new one. But give me Garrett Wilson for one. Give me Adams for one, if not 2. Garrett Wilson can certainly get 2 as well. The receiving numbers are 58.5 for Wilson, 26.5 for Lazard. Devontae Adams is 65.5. Thomas Jr. 65.5. Parker Washington 30.5. ETN 13.5. I could see Travis Etienne receiving yards today. That's the one thing I could see on the Jaguars going right for him is the Etienne receiving yards. And that's kind of thinking off the radar a little bit as well, too. 25 yards for Etienne is at a plus 260. 40 yards is plus 880. So that's a good number for Etienne for receiving yards at that big price. We'll take a shot there. Rodgers passing today, because that's the one we want to look at here. Mac Jones is 200.5. Rodgers is 232.5. Aaron Rodgers for 3 touchdowns today, which I think he can have passing, is at plus 450. I'll write him down for that. Passing yards, I don't want because at any time any of those running backs can run it to the gills here. In fact, I got passing yards. But Rodgers, just for the sake of it, for 300 yards is at plus 410. He's much more likely to get 3 touchdowns than he is to pass for 300. I will say that. The rushing props are Bigsby for 53.5. Mac Jones, 7.5. Etienne, 28.5. And Breece Hall is at 42.5, which, what does that say? That means that's going to be a lot of carries between a lot of backs in that backfield this afternoon. Touchdowns, Breece Hall plus 120. Devontae plus 140, I think is a good number for 1. Garrett Wilson plus 165 is a good number for 1. Bigsby's plus 175. Thomas Jr. plus 170. Braylon Allen plus 210. Isaiah Davis plus 210. Parker Washington plus 270. ETN plus 270. Interesting number for him. Strange is plus 430. Jeremy Ruckert plus 440. Alan Lazard plus 480. Jets defense on Mac Jones plus 850. Jets, they roll, Dave. They can win on an alternate line here, I think. Their baseline number is at team point total, 21.5. I think they get over that. The Jags is 18.5. I don't think they get to that. And on the alternate spread here, if I lay 12.5 on the Jets, because I like to do that, because you give yourself room for a missed extra point or something weird here. Minus 12.5 is at plus 320. All the way up to minus 16.5 is plus 520. The Jets roll to me in this one, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, Steve. So not much in this one. I definitely agree with you. I think the Jets, probably are the better team here. I like Wilson at plus 155 to get in. I think I had him somewhere. I'd have to double check on that. Adams for sure at plus 135. I like him to get in. That connection has always been very solid. I just don't know what we're going to get, if anything, from Jacksonville here. And I'm wondering, Steve, if, the Jets get to that total. We're looking at, maybe 24-6 in this game. I think this game might be worth throwing a underplay here, maybe a little alt under if we wanted to do, and it's not something I do a lot, but with these two teams in this matchup, maybe under 38.5, just move it slightly, let the Jets get their points while Jacksonville does not get theirs. We'll get some plus numbers from 38 and below, but I think this game could be worth playing a sneaky under ticket here.
All right. Last 1 o'clock early session game, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Pacific, and then we'll take a commercial, and then we'll get to the late window. We have been going commercial free this morning for 3 hours and 46 minutes. So don't get mad that we're doing a commercial. Just hang in there for a few minutes, listen to some pie tasters, and then we'll be back shortly. But let's see here. This game, Ravens and the Giants, Dave.
Oh, boy.
The Ravens name their score here. They get into the 30s. The Giants don't score 10. So they'll cover whatever number is out there. 42.5 is the total. I see 16.5. I'll take the Ravens on the alt line minus 23.5. That right now is at, I see no scenario where this game is competitive.
No.
Plus 215 for the Ravens to win by that much. I'll probably not do that at the end of the day, but I might take their team points. The Ravens' total points is 29.5. They could easily get to 38 points in this game. Is when they pull the plug is the question mark. To get to 38 points, you're getting plus 340. I think they get that. I think that's their 34 is their minimum. They're 50-50 to get to 38 points in this game. Now, they could just run it nonstop, this clock out. And Del Grande said if they really want to, Derrick Henry could probably set all kinds of rushing records today. But at what point do these players not play and we see some backups on behalf of the Ravens in garbage time? So keep all that in mind. Lamar Jackson's 217.5. DeVito's 276.5. Pass attempts for Lamar is 25.5. I could see that as under.
Absolutely. That's high. That's really high in a game like this, I feel like.
So Lamar, and what's his completions? That'd be another one. 17.5. I would say attempts, maybe. And I'll throw in Jameis Winston on that ticket as well. Something pass attempts or completions, whatever looks good, better at the time when I'm going through it. But I think both of those are unders for Lamar, Jameis Winston in bad weather today, perhaps as well. Let's see. Rushing props. 102.5 for Henry. How about that?
Wow.
46.5 for Lamar, 43.5 for Tyrone Tracy. DeVito, who runs the ball a lot, 22.5. Justice Hill, 16.5. Justice Hill would be the good one to look at.
Absolutely.
Because of the fact that Henry could get sat here. And you have a Justice Hill rushing and receiving number to where 60 yards combined is at plus 400. That's not the worst.
Not at all.
So I'll know that down with Justice Hill, considering he could see a lot of garbage time here. Most rushing and receiving yards of the game could be Justice Hill, 25-1, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have him. Yeah.
For most receiving and rushing yards of the game?
Well, not for that, but I had him. His anytime number is great. And once again, I'm thinking more of the counterfeit.
Yeah, 25-1 for Justice Hill for most rushing yards and passing yards of the game combined. So that's a good one. Go ahead and throw Cutlets on our interception ticket. I think we're fine with that as well. And then the receiving numbers, let's see what we got. Bellinger's 18.5, Slayton 21.5. Justice Hill is just at 13.5. Likely's 23.5. Tracy's 18.5. Bateman 31.5. Wandell Robinson 31.5. Mark Andrews 32.5. Flowers 58.5. Neighbors 64.5. Justice Hill alternate receiving yards 25 is at plus 270, which that's pretty good overall as well. But I think that rushing receiving combo is actually a decent one for him. Hard to project receivers here for the Ravens, just if they're going to pull the plug and turn this into a rushing fiesta and just run away with this game. Touchdown scores, Henry's minus 270, Flowers plus 150, Lamar's plus 185, Andrews plus 185, Tyrone Tracy's plus 210, Neighbors plus 260. Let's see here. Bateman plus 290, Likely plus 340, Justice Hill plus 360, the Baltimore defense plus 470, DeVito is plus 550, Wandell Robinson 6-1. 2 touchdowns for this game. Henry plus 195 now. I bet him yesterday before it dropped, plus 230 at least. Zay Flowers 12-1, Lamar Jackson 15-1, Mark Andrews 16-1, Tyrone Tracy 19-1, Neighbors 27-1. Justice Hill will throw in 2 touchdown madness at 37-1, Likely 34-1, Bateman 28-1. The Baltimore defense 46-1. I would say is live in this game.
Absolutely.
For that. So give me Justice Hill on his props. The Ravens roll in this. I'll take their alternate team points over, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, I love everything Ravens here, obviously. I had Justice Hill on an anytime ticket. I love that number for him today. I can just see, even if in garbage time, or maybe not even garbage time, he gets the counterfeit, Henry taking a little break on the sideline. There goes Justice Hill. Can the Giants stop it? I highly doubt it. The one thing I really, really like in this, Steve, that I've been looking at, over 34.5 Baltimore Ravens points today at plus 220. You can bet that I'm going to play that 100%.
All right. Devontae Adams, we'll put him as a ringer on 2 touchdown madness at 11-1. We have Justice Hill. He's the one we'll throw on 37-1. We'll rewind to the Jets. Devontae Adams 11-1. Leggins 26-1. And all my guys got deleted here, Dave. So we're going to need to go back through and finish this ticket off. So we have those games covered. The Chiefs-Browns game, I think we passed.
Yep, we had De'Ami Brown.
We have De'Ami Brown. We have 2 touchdowns in this. Did we pick anyone in the Houston game?
No, we had a Kine and somebody else, I think, as well.
All right, we'll come back to that Dolphins game. We're going to need to pick one from there. We have a Kine and Tanner Hudson.
Yes, yep, that was it.
Where you're like, how does this big Tanner Hudson just not get the ball more? Now he's down to 110.5, plus 110. Kine is 19-1. All right, so we're going to review all this with you guys in a minute. Get your pen and paper ready. De'Ami Brown. Trust me, no one has De'Ami Brown for 2 touchdowns today.
Not at all. But it's under the radar, I'm telling you.
Yeah, 41-1. That's why we do this show, Dave. And then the Houston Texans game, we need to come up with a guy here. So 2 touchdown. I kind of almost want to do a ringer. You know what? Let's just go ahead and throw Tank Dell on there, 16-1.
All right. Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, Tank Dell at 16-1 for 2 touchdowns for him. So we have 7 players on this early morning ticket. 2 touchdown madness, a ticket we create with you guys every week. 2 touchdowns for the Panthers, Xavier Leggett, Ravens, Justice Hill, Devontae Adams for the Jets as a ringer type of play. Tanner Hudson for the Bengals, 110. He's the way long shot. Nick Westbrook-Akine, 19-1. De'Ami Brown as a nice 41-1 long shot. And Tank Dell as a semi-type of ringer guy here, 16-1. I don't think they'll let us do the 4-game parlays, will they? Nope. So we're priced out of that. Oh, wow. So a total investment of, let's see here. They're going to make me log back in. $25 I'm going to put on this bet. And this is 50-cent legs for the 2s and the 3-game parlays. So if we hit 2 of them, we're averaging $500 a winner. If we hit 3 of them, we're going to average, about $18,000 if we hit 3 of them.
Wow.
And that'll round up to about 20,000 at the end of the day. So any 3 of these guys would be fantastic. If we get 4, even better. Tank Dell, De'Ami Brown, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Tanner Hudson, Devontae Adams, Justice Hill, Xavier Leggett. There's your 2 touchdown madness for your early slate of games.
Love it.
All right. $25 wins you almost $500,000. All right, Dave, anything else on the 1 o'clocks?
No, I think, again, interesting matchup. So we should have, hopefully some good watching here in the lounge.
Okay. We're going to take a commercial. We will be back right after this. We'll cue up the pie tasters. We'll knock me and Dave off camera for a second. And, get a nice cold water for our throats.
There we go.
All right. If you're seeing drones out there, guys, let us know. All right. We will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word videos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have a spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, Sunday morning, just after 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the Round Robin NFL Week 15 here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Nephew Dave, Stephen Murray from the lovely Chicks Beach Studios, Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America, with plenty of plane activity going on overhead. All right, Dave, late slate. First game is Denver and the Colts. What's your take here?
Interesting matchup. Let's see here. We have Steve, I don't know. I'd like to say the Broncos get it done. I haven't looked at this one a whole lot, but Indy, again, one of those teams thinks they're still hanging around, so you got to think the effort is going to be there, Steve. So 4.5 for the Broncos. I don't know. This one maybe could be a little bit closer than we think. I think this one comes down to props, Steve. I really do.
I'm going to think about this one some more. This could be closer, lower scoring game. It's a game that matters. Del Grande likes the Colts here. I tend to like the Broncos, but I'm wondering if the Broncos aren't the very public play this afternoon too, laying the 3.5, then they win the game by 3 points or something like that. In a closer game, 23-20 with the 43.5 of the over under, right?
Right.
So there's the correct score. Correct score in this game, Denver 23 and the Colts 0 or 20. I'm sorry. Why did I come up with a 0? 23-20. Is 65-1. So that is worth $3 to me anyway to win $195. That's what I'll do. Could be the overtime game as well. The overtime price in this game, and we'll guess the best game for overtime later. 13-1 odds for that. The baseline team points in this one is Colts 19.5. Denver is at 23.5. Touchdown scores in this game. Jonathan Taylor plus 100. Cortland Sutton plus 130. Richardson plus 140. Javonte Williams plus 155. Jaleel McLaughlin plus 270. Devon Villay plus 270. Pittman Jr. 3-1. Downs 3-1. Bo Nix plus 320. Troy Franklin plus 350. Marvin Mims Jr. plus 410. Alec Pierce plus 430. Denver defense 6 plus 650. Estime 7-1. This could be a fun game. I mean, if Richardson could just throw the ball here, I think we definitely have some sort of because both of these guys could run and pass. I just don't know if Richardson is going to be able to pass the ball at the end of the day. So I guess I'm going to align myself on the public play of Denver here. Richardson passing is 190.5. Bo Nix is 235.5. I like the receivers. Some of these guys, like Troy Franklin, at 17.5 is very low baseline for me in this game. I want to see if I can get an alternate number on him later. Jonathan Taylor's at 9.5. That seems kind of low to me, to be honest, for him. He's been getting a little bit more in the passing game in the last few weeks. Javonte Williams, 14.5. Jordan Humphrey, 11.5. So there's some low numbers here. Mims Jr., 23.5. Alec Pierce, 28.5. Valet, 34.5. Josh Downs, 45.5. Pittman Jr., 42.5. Sutton is the big dog in this one at 71.5. Rushing prop wise, Taylor's at 73.5. McLaughlin, 39.5. And he is a beast. Javonte Williams, 28.5. So they're saying McLaughlin is going to be your premier back now over Williams. At least the odds makers are. 44.5 for Richardson. Mims is at 5.5. I don't think I want the Richardson props. Where's my Bo Nix rushing prop? He hasn't been rushing. He's been passing the ball simply. I mean, has been his deal. 300 yards for Nix today. Let's take a look at that.
What do you like for rushing? Baseline is 15.5. 25 is plus 175. 40 is plus 550.
I mean, I think 40 he can get to it, but 25 is easy enough. This Colts defense is porous at the end of the day, is the thing here. Player passing touchdown, 1.5 is at minus 108. Some of these numbers still off the board. I'm wondering why here, Dave.
Right.
You're probably getting more available numbers here. Baseline for Richardson, one touchdown is at minus 220. So that's interesting. I'm going to have to wait for some more numbers to pop here.
14-1 for 2 for Richardson.
Okay. Jonathan Taylor for 2 touchdowns is at plus 650. Sutton 10-1. Richardson, I'd see 10-1 for 2. Javonte Williams 11-1. McLaughlin 23-1. Valet 25-1. Pittman Jr. 30-1. Downs 31-1. Bo Nix 33-1. Troy Franklin 35-1. Mims Jr. 47-1. Alec Pierce 47-1. The Denver defense 90-1. They've gotten home for 2 beforehand. Let's just say, for the sake of 4 o'clock touchdown madness here, that we'll go ahead and throw in. Let's throw in Alec Pierce 47-1. Why not?
Why not?
You're a guy for the late touchdown madness. I want to see some more numbers pop on my end. I'd be interested in like Troy Franklin receiving props over. That's an easy one for him. He's a down the field receiver, so just one catch gets him over that 17.5. The Jonathan Taylor 9.5 is an interesting one as well. And I would even look at the Mims over 23.5, and maybe even the Pierce over 28.5. I think those are all good low numbers that you can get alternates on. If they're not showing now, at least closer to game time here. All right. Anything else there, Dave?
No, but an interesting matchup nonetheless.
Yes. Good game. Also later, 4:25 Eastern, Patriots and the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals hold them off, win this game. I don't know. I'm kind of talking myself out of it. The Cardinals have been bad. Maybe Drake May says, screw it. We're still playing hard. Let's come in here and beat you. Del Grande likes Trey McBride for a touchdown today. The touchdown scores in this game. I don't want to sell my Patriots short here, but it is a cross-country late afternoon game. You know what? They are coming off a bye. It's not like they've been playing and losing nonstop. They're coming off a bye. But Connors minus 175 for a touchdown. We'll get his receiving numbers in a minute. He's as good as anyone. Ramondre Stevenson receiving numbers is up. I feel like he's plus 125 for a touchdown. Harrison Jr. plus 155. McBride plus 170. Kyler Murray plus 250. Michael Wilson Jr. plus 270. Hunter Henry is at 3-1 for a touchdown. Drake May plus 350 for 2. Connors plus 310. Ramondre is 9-1. Harrison Jr. 11-1. McBride 15-1. Murray 21-1. Michael Wilson Jr. 25-1. Benson 35-1. Hunter Henry 32-1. Keyshawn Boutte 34-1. Drake May 35-1. Let's throw Stevenson at 9-1 on touchdown madness for the 4 o'clock late games. So Alec Pierce and Ramondre Stevenson will start that off. Receiving prop wise in this one, McBride, 61.5. Harrison Jr.'s got to go against Christian Gonzalez. He's at 53.5. Hunter Henry's 42.5. Michael Wilson Jr., 32.5. There's James Conner, 19.5. So he's good for up to 25 to me, or 40. 25 for him is at plus 140. James Conner to get to 40 yards receiving today is at plus 410. And I will throw in Stevenson on that list too. 25 yards for Stevenson is at plus 270. So a good payout for him as well. Both those running backs could have success through the air this afternoon. McBride, alternate over. If he has a big 100-yard game, he's at plus 490. I want to put that out of the realm of possibility. He gets so many targets. Rushing prop-wise, Connor's 72.5. Murray's 25.5. Benson, 20.5. Ramondre Stevenson, 49.5. Drake May's the favorite over Kyler Murray to have more rushing yards. How about that?
How about that?
28.5 for him. Gibson, 22.5. And then the receiving and rushing. Now, I would like to see it for Stevenson. Do we get a big number there for him? 100 yards is at plus 340 for that combined. So I could see Stevenson rushing plus receiving the same as Justice Hill, kind of in a way.
Right.
For both of them to get combined on the tickets. Passing prop-wise here, it's always so much to go through. 222.5 for May. Murray, 224.5. Drake May for 300 yards is at plus 520. I like it, actually. And Kyler Murray plus 520 for his 300. Touchdown-wise, 6-1 for May for 3. And Kyler Murray for 3 is at plus 320. So quarterback passing yards, I'm going to throw Drake May on the ticket. Why not? Against a Cardinals defense who is nice and kind of falling apart here as of late. All right, Dave, what do you got?
So, Steve, I kind of like this angle. I agree there with most of what you said. I like the James Conner receiving yards, getting a little involved there. 25 plus for 120 over here. 40 if you want to climb the ladder a little bit, plus 320. I think a fun little play here would be Conner for 40 receiving and a Stevenson anytime touchdown. So that's what I'm going to do here with this game. We're going to go by way of the running backs. We're going to get some Conner receiving yards, and then we're going to sprinkle in a little Ramondre Stevenson anytime touchdown.
All right. I like it. So we'll see how this plays out in Arizona with the Pats. 46.5, 6.5, not getting the full 7 are the Pats. Cardinals the favorite. All right, Dave, I think we see points here. Buccaneers and Chargers. There's no Dobbins for the Chargers. The Buccaneers sorely performing in the secondary. Antoine Winfield Jr. is out. That opens up Justin Herbert to maybe throw the ball all over the place a little bit. Now we had Ladd McConkey's injury is kind of a question still. We don't know if he'll be active or the extent of the amount of time he can play. And the Buccaneers, they found a new little weapon here of their own. They have now who has emerged as a nice number 2 receiver, Jalen McMillan. Caught me off guard. I should be better at recognizing guys like that. Last week, he was phenomenal, 2 touchdowns. But I like points in this game, and I think the Buccaneers win this game actually as well. So I think we can see an alternate over, and with the Bucs on the straight line. Anytime touchdown, Edwards plus 140, Evans plus 155, Bucky Irving plus 160, Ladd McConkey plus 155. Rashad White killed it last week. I loved him. Didn't play him. 185. Quentin Johnston. Need to see him reemerge. Plus 230. Vidal. That could be in this kind of game.
Exactly.
Vidal plus 240. Palmer plus 260. Herbert plus 280. K. Dotton 3-1. McMillan plus 330. Stone Smart is a play of Del Grande's because there's no Disley.
Right.
So plus 350 for him. Baker's plus 750. Sterling Shepard plus 380. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. Gus Edwards 10-1. Evans 11-1. I like that. Bucky Irving 11-1. McConkey 13-1. Rashad White 14-1. I think Evans is as good as a play for 2 touchdowns as anybody today.
Absolutely.
Quentin Johnston is at 20-1. Vidal 21-1. Palmer 24-1. Herbert 30-1. K. Dotton 32-1. Stone Smart 36-1. McMillan 31-1. Shepard 44-1. The Tampa D 9-1 or 90-1. The Chargers D 100-1. Baker Mayfield 110-1. But just throw Evans in as a ringer like Stevenson. And Evans and Stevenson take it by themselves is actually decent. But we'll throw them in with Alec Pierce for now. In fact, let's just kind of play that so we're on it. Right now, $1 pays $6,200 for these 3 guys to score 2 touchdowns. If 2 of them score, you'll get an average of $400. But let me get rid of Alec Pierce for a minute because I really do like Ramondre Stevenson and Evans here for 2. And I want to put $2. I'm going to put like $5 on the straight by themselves, and that's going to pay $645. So I'm going to add to it. So if those guys can get 2, I'll get about $1,000 at the end of the day here, as I do like Evans for 2. Passing props wise, Herbert's 243.5. Baker Mayfield 234.5. Alternate yards for Herbert 300 yards is at plus 320. I think all this is fair game.
Absolutely.
To be honest, Baker Mayfield passing yards for 300 is at plus 390. All fair game. Herbert 3 touchdowns plus 390, and Baker is at plus 460 for 3 himself. The low hanging numbers receiving wise. McMillan just 29.5. Wow. I got to take him on something. Jalen McMillan, great week last week. Shepard 32.5. Rashad White 25.5. Stone Smart 29.5. Palmer 41.5. Quentin Johnston is at 38.5. K. Dotton 38.5. I'm going to mark Johnston, even though he's had his issues dropping the ball. Lad McConkey 70.5. Evans 70.5. Mike Evans, I think, again, can have a phenomenal day here. Rushing prop wise, actually, let's go back because Evans for 100 yards receiving, which I think is live, is at plus 285. Quentin Johnston to have a nice, solid 70-yard game is at plus 360. 80 yards is at plus 520. Rushing prop wise, Edwards 35.5. Vidal 28.5. Baker 14.5. Herbert 15.5. Rashad White 42.5. And Bucky at 43.5. Give me some points in this game, Dave. And I like the Bucs in a slight upset here. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I think there's a good cast of characters here to get some points. I like the Vidal angle, being that the Chargers have the injury at running back. Yes, they do have Gus Edwards, but I'm telling you what, Vidal is becoming more and more involved here. 40 rushing yards for him is at plus 200. I think I really like that. I like I said, I just feel like he's going to get more involved each week. In a game that they need to win too. And the same is being said for the Buccaneers. So this could be a pretty good game here. The running back situation, it makes me a little weary with the Buccaneers, and not in a weary way of, they're not good. It's the timeshare back there. It's hard to nail down who's going to get it. Bucky Irvin at plus 120 anytime. Rashad White plus 145. I mean, you could really pick either of them, but it's that counterfeit coin again. So it's easy to kind of pick wrong, and maybe they both get in. But they do have that committee, so it is kind of hard to choose sometimes. You made the case for McMillan. That's why they went and got him. They saw that he could be somebody who steps up plus 240 anytime. I like that as well. Also, Quentin Johnston, I know he's had his issues, but, you make a really good point, Steve, where this could be the kind of game where they need him to step up, and he kind of gets things going at plus 170. So I think there's some really good options here, but I think the one that I key in on the most is Vidal getting involved, whether it be passing or rushing.
I got another. Here's another counterfeiter for you, and he will have one or two designed runs, but he'll see the space and go, and that's Baker with his rush yards.
Yes, absolutely.
Play that we usually like. I got plus 250 for 25 and plus 920 for 40 yards for Baker Mayfield today rushing. 16-1 if you think he'd run for 50.
Well, I love that.
And the Chargers defense is the kind of defense that will pressure you in to running the ball.
Right. Well, he's going to, I have plus 230 for 25 and 6-1 for 40. So, that's great Baker numbers wherever you're shopping. You're going to get some decent numbers on that.
All right. So, good stuff there. We'll throw Mike Evans on the 2-touchdown madness. Now, here are the real heavyweight games here. Pittsburgh and the Eagles. Let's start with that one. This is one that I'm having a little bit of issues with. But, man, the Pickens injury scares me a little bit.
Right.
We don't even have him listed, right? It's 50-50 whether he's going to play or not.
I don't see him. Or
less than 50. I don't see him either. So the touchdown scores in this game, and the Eagles are minus 5.5 and 42.5. Barkley's minus 180, Hurts minus 115, Najee Harris plus 125, A.J. Brown. I was riding on A.J. Brown the last time he cried and then get the ball earlier in the season. You forget he's already cried about not getting the ball.
Right.
Like, this is new news this week. I'm not going to fall for that again. So no A.J. Brown for me, plus 150. Devontae Smith, plus 230. Jalen Warren's an interesting one at plus 290, just because of the Eagles' defense. Freiermuth is plus 340. Van Jefferson plus 410. Calvin Austin is plus 450. You got good guys on the secondary here for the Eagles. Mike Williams is plus 500. Cal Contreras for the Eagles, he showed up plus 550. He got a touchdown last week. Russell Wilson is plus 850. The Pittsburgh defense 10-1, and the Philadelphia defense is at 7-1. I could see the Philly defense being part of a Kansas City, Washington defensive ticket today.
No doubt.
Maybe our man Russell Wilson throws a pick here. Maybe consider him on that list for interception guys. Hurts 197.5, Wilson 192.5. So that's telling you what they think about the prospects of passing today. Not much.
No.
And I clicked off that game, so bear with me for a second. Back to the passing numbers, though, with these guys. Let's see. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I need that Charles Barkley. Come on, man. On our little board here. Jalen Hurts passing touchdowns plus 830. Russell Wilson 3 touchdowns passing plus 830. Passing yards for both of these guys, since they're both obscenely low. Hurts for 250 or more is at plus 320. Russell Wilson for 250 or more is at plus 350. Rushing prop wise, Hurts 37.5, Gainwell 11.5, Barkley 100.5, Najee 50.5, Jalen Warren 28.5. Let's maybe take a stab at the Russell Wilson again. Del Grande brought it up, 7.5 for him. He got that early in the game last week, and flirted with that 25 yard number with a big payout for Russell Wilson rushing. If he gets 25 yards rushing today, is at plus 680. So that's an interesting number. I'll mark that down on something, and I'll look at Barkley receiving yards 25 or more is at plus 250. I'll look at Jalen Warren for 25 or more at plus 138. and maybe even 40 at plus 410. So I'll mark these guys, Barkley, Warren. This is a dump off running back receiving type of game. It just is lower scoring game, I think, at the end of the day. AFC North 1, NFC East 1, defensive type of football in December. Do we want it to be a super shootout? Yes. I don't know if that's going to happen. All right, Dave. So what do you got on this?
Yes, I agree with you, Steve. I mean, we've got two of the top defenses coming in to this game. You make the point with A.J. Brown. I mean, he's not super happy, and I don't know if the relationship is becoming a little rocky with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. This is a game for the running backs, I believe. But if they're going to pass it, and you got to think they're going to have to at some point with the Steelers, and that's going to leave the door open for somebody like Calvin Austin. Plus 330 anytime, 35-1 for 2. I don't see him getting in for 2, but I could see him getting in when they really need one. I don't think we're going to see a lot of yards through the air here, Steve. And I think this is going to be an old-fashioned kind of pound the rock right to him kind of game. So I think we're on track here with the running back props. I love you could probably take it either way for a defensive touchdown. Although, the Eagles, they look really good right now, so that might be tough. But Pittsburgh has a really good defense. So I could see that happening on either side of the ball, Steve. And this could be another one where you would think that these two offenses can get going. I think the defenses have something to say about that, and I think you could maybe play an all under here as well.
I see 50-1 for Calvin Austin III for 2, and I'll throw Jalen Warren on the 2 touchdown madness since we have to have somebody because he's paying 27-1 on my book, and I think that's going to be good enough. A little scat back action out of the backfield,
right,
for the Steelers here to get into the end zone. All right, anything else there?
No, but a good game indeed, and the Steelers really could do us a favor.
The Detroit defense worries me for the rest of the season. Where I like them to win the Super Bowl here, I'm not going to be able to trust this defense when it gets into playoff time. I think you're going to get good numbers on their opposition. I think you're getting a good number with Buffalo today, even at 2.5. I think the Bills win this game, mainly because Detroit's defense is so full of holes and guys off the street. I just don't know how they're going to hang with this fully loaded Josh Allen crew. Now we get Dalton Kincaid back, and that makes everyone back here. That makes Coleman live.
Yep.
That makes Shakir live. He could have a big game. Amari Cooper. You still got James Cook. You still got Ray Davis. You still have Tyler. What's his name? Johnson. Is that his name?
Tyler Johnson.
Is that his name? Yep. Ty Johnson. Yep. You still have Mac Hollins even. And I get it. Detroit has plenty of weapons. We'll go through the touchdown scores. Minus 160 for Montgomery. Minus 155 for Gibbs. Cooks, even money. St. Brown plus 105. Allen plus 115. Laporta plus 185. Amari Cooper 2-1. Jameson Williams 210. Khalil Shakir plus 220. Kincaid plus 260. Coleman plus 330. Knox 4-1. Patrick 4-1. Detroit defense 6-1. Ray Davis 6-1. Buffalo defense plus 650. Mac Hollins plus 750. Curtis Samuel 8-1. Ty Johnson 9-1. The thing is that even if you try to run the ball here with Gibbs and James with Gibbs and Montgomery, you're bound to have success for sure. But when Josh Allen gets on the field, I don't know if this defense is going to be able to stop Buffalo.
Right.
So I think where a lot of people might think this is an under type of game because we could see the running backs, I think this is a game that goes through the air here, especially on the Buffalo side. And if Buffalo is scoring, Detroit's got to keep pace and trying to score as well. And they're going to be able to do so because they have the weapons too. I think this is a full green light for everybody.
I do too.
So this could be off the chain here. The baseline numbers here, where we got 86 points with the Rams and Bills last week. Don't be surprised if we get even more this week. or at least close to it. 28.5 for Detroit. Buffalo was at 26.5. Let's see. Passing yards. We'll start with that one. Actually, let's go to the 2 touchdown scores. Montgomery plus 350, Gibbs plus 380, Cook 6-1, St. Brown 7-1, Allen plus 750, Laporta 14-1, Jamison Williams 17-1, Amari Cooper 17-1, Shakir 19-1, Kincaid 24-1, Coleman 35-1, Dawson Knox 46-1, Tim Patrick 50-1, Ray Davis 70-1, Detroit defense 75-1, Buffalo defense 85-1. I'll just say this for touchdown madness. Let's just throw in Keon Coleman on the side of the Bills, and we'll throw in Sam Laporta on the side of the Lions here. And that will round out our late afternoon ticket. We'll go through that in a minute. Passing prop-wise, Goff's 257.5, Josh Allen 256.5 baseline. Goff to get to 300 is at plus 225. Josh Allen to get to 300 is at plus 235. 3 touchdowns for Allen, plus 285. Goff is at plus 260. Dave Del Grande likes Allen for his rushing yards too. He said, don't be surprised if he gets to 100 yards. And I'll say this, Justin Fields last year against Detroit ran for 190 yards in 2 games against them. So keep that in mind. Gibbs, 66.5 rushing, 54.5 Montgomery, Cook 49.5, Allen 41.5, Goff 1.5. If you think Josh Allen can get to 100 yards today, you get plus 1260. A modest 70 yards is plus 390. Even a 50 yards for him, conservative play would be plus 146 at a nice number. But this man had 6 touchdowns last week, rushing and passing. He's not going to stop this week. I think it's points all day here. Green light for everybody, Dave.
Yeah, Steve, there is no shortage of ways to go about this one. Probably no need to go over it. You covered it pretty well. I tell you the one thing that is attractive here, if we're thinking Buffalo, plus 2.5 on the spread is at plus 100. I think that's a green light. And I think you could go with the Bills here, minus 2.5, getting a plus number out of it. And I think you could go all the way up to 5.5, Steve. Just getting the defense there for the Lions a little suspect at the moment. I mean, plus 225, minus 5.5 for the Bills. If this is how we're thinking, obviously play your props. We do that every week. I'm sure everybody else out there does too. But I think we can hone in here on a little spread action. You could take it as it is, or you can move it for the Bills a little bit and get some nice numbers as well, Steve. So I think we give the Bills a shot here, and everything else is pretty much wide open here.
The Ant-Man texted us actives today. Tony Pollard, Breece Hall. Inactives include David Njoku, Tyler Conklin, Keaton Mitchell, KJ Osborne, Zane Gonzalez. We'll see if the Ant-Man will call in to give his Cliff Notes version of what he thinks before we get out of here. Full green light in Detroit. You know what? Dave Del Grande kind of talked me into it too. I mean, I think you almost have a full green light in Seattle with the Packers. This is another game that could be very exciting. A lot of points scored. Man, we have a lot of good games today. We really do.
Yeah.
Green Bay's minus 2.5, 46.5. I love me some Dontavian Wicks, man. So maybe I'll just throw him on for 2. I'll add him to this touchdown madness type of deal because Wicks is going to pay so much at 50-1 for 2 touchdowns today. But anytime touchdowns in this game, Jacobs minus 170, Charbonnet minus 145, DK Metcalf plus 175. Probably won't have Walker to third in this game. Smith and Jigba plus 190, Christian Watson plus 220, Jaden Reed plus 230, Dobbs plus 260, Tucker Kraft plus 260, Lockett 4-1, Wicks plus 440, Noah Fant plus 480, Kitty McIntosh 5-1, Geno Smith 5-1. They just come to you in waves for Green Bay with their receivers. It's insane. Barner for the Seahawks is at plus 900 for a touchdown today. 2 touchdown scorers. Again, Wicks 50-1. I'll round him out on 2 touchdown madness. Jacobs is plus 350. Charbonnet plus 450. DK Metcalf 14-1. Smith and Jigba 15-1. Jaden Reed 20-1. Christian Watson 22-1. Romeo Dobbs 24-1. Tucker Kraft 28-1. Lockett 41-1. Noah Fant 60-1. Quarterback passing today. I mean, Love is 234.5. Geno Smith 245.5. For Love to get to 300 yards is at plus 390. Geno Smith for 300 yards is at plus 310. Jordan Love for 3 touchdowns is at plus 330. Geno Smith for 3 is at plus 420. Rushing wise, I mean, Josh Jacobs has been as good as it gets. 80.5 baseline. Geno Smith 10.5. Jordan Love just 5.5. Charbonnet 65.5. Jordan Love for 25 yards rushing is at plus 880. So that's something I'll have to maybe try to take a look at here. Seattle's got a decent enough defense where they could give you some space to run. Good and bad enough. Good enough to cover a little bit and then give you a lot of space to run down there. Receiving prop numbers. Again, you get a ton of Green Bay receivers here. Wicks is just 22.5. Charbonnet is at 27.5. Fant 24.5. Jacobs 13.5. Tucker Kraft 33.5. Lockett 25.5. Jaden Reed 40.5. He did nothing in the game against Detroit. Literally nothing. He had 0. Watson 44.5. Smith and Jigba 65.5. Dobbs 40.5. Metcalf 61.5. The sports books have had 2 highway robberies in a row. One with the whole San Francisco game as a whole.
Yeah.
And then the Thursday before with Jaden Reed getting 0 when everyone probably had him on a ticket, you know? They swept the board, so to speak, on those 2 games with those 2 particular items. The whole game being the item for the San Fran game. And then, you know, Jaden Reed enough to interrupt a lot of things going on, I'm sure, the Thursday before. Dave, what do you think?
Steve, I think you got it pretty well covered. I mean, could be 32-24. I mean, this game, I think it has a decent chance of getting to its total of 46.5. I mean, it's Reed, it's Kraft, it's Dobbs, Wicks, Smith and Jigma, who's having a nice season. I really like him as well. Plus 195 anytime. I mean, throw some of these guys in there with these nicer numbers. I think the chances are pretty good, Steve. And I think this is a green light. I kind of like the game we just talked about. So I like the player props here, and I do like the over.
All right. Yeah, I think a fun game here. I think we'd have – I really want to be up for this. I really, really do. I'm going to add for the Jaguars because I need another quarterback rusher. And Mac Jones for 25 rushing is at plus 710. Small chance of that happening, I would say. At 710, you're priced in for 25 for Mac Jones because he could just scramble and not throw it because you don't want to throw an interception.
Right.
Alone. All right. All right. In the Monday night games, my best bet on the board is a Minnesota blowout. You and the Ant-Man have had Addison on a lot of your tickets, guys.
Yep.
So good job by y'all. I've said that a few times already today. My biggest takeaway from Monday, and we'll group the 2 games together, is give me the Vikings to win this one by double digits. Especially if Detroit loses at home today. I think the Vikings win this game on Monday night and can win it handily. They're going to be highly motivated. I'm not sure the psyche here of the Bears. Aaron Jones is minus 115. Jefferson minus 105. Addison plus 135, all for touchdowns. Hawkinson plus 210. He's getting a little bit better every week. Keenan Allen plus 220. DJ Moore plus 210. Adunze plus 270. Cole Kmet plus 420. Man, these Bears have weapons, but man, they are just bad. Somehow they're just bad. And I think they've just taken their, they're sore losers in a little bit in a way. It's maybe a little bit more mental toughness to.
Yeah.
And they have competed against the division, but to go out and do what they did against San Francisco, a team who just got bounced in the very next game, is a little upsetting to say the least here. The other game, the Falcons, they've been as bad as it gets. Bowers is money, right? Although he didn't do that great last week as Michael Mayer. So I'm not too interested in any of those props. I do see a scenario in where all the Falcon guys do go off, like Drake London can score a couple of times or whatever. Maybe they can have a couple of bad tickets or good paying prices for the fact that they've been a bad team overall. You're getting a nice buy low spot on these dudes. Let's see what we got just in that regard. 2 touchdowns. Yeah, Darnell Mooney is 16-1. Drake London's 12-1. You would still like to have better.
Yes.
You still like to have a little bit better, I think. Kyle Pitts 36-1. I guess you could consider at the end of the day. So if I have to play something here, I'll play the Vikings as the best play on an alt line. So the game is on Monday night, Dave.
Yeah. So I thought you touched on that pretty well there with the Bears. I think maybe the offseason, they can use this as a learning experience there for Caleb Williams, guys like Dunze to, kind of reset and get that mental toughness up a little bit. It's not the season they expected to have. They've been in some of these games, but, just falling short, attitudes rising high, everything else. So I think the reset button mentally, maybe not personnel wise, but mentally in the offseason will be a good thing for them. I would like to think that, next year they come back a little bit stronger anyway. So I think the Vikings get that done at home. They're fighting for a good seed there in the playoffs. And here with Atlanta, Steve, there is nothing really else to say, but Atlanta should absolutely roll in this game. And if they don't, I think that's pretty much it for their playoff chances. And I think they've got to know that. So I would take the Falcons here. You can line it up with all the props that you want to. Raiders struggling. They give you the effort the Raiders do anyway, but just knowing, the Falcons mentality, knowing that they really need it in that tight race for the division, because that's probably going to be the only way that somebody from the NFC South gets in is winning their division. If you look around in the standings, there's some other really good teams holding those wild card spots. So the mentality for the Falcons is Monday night, got to have it. You come out and put the hammer down against the struggling Raiders team, Steve.
All right, 2 touchdown madness for the late games and the night game will include Ramondre Stevenson for 2, Mike Evans for 2, Alec Pierce for 2, Jalen Warren for 2, Keon Coleman for 2, Sam Laporta for 2, and Dontavian Wicks for 2. This is a total of about a $25 bet again. So if we hit 2 of these guys, it'll average out to about $360 a piece. If we get 3 of these guys, now we're looking at about $6,000 on the average. And then they'll let us play the 4 for 9 cents each. And if that's the case, we have 25 bets that will pay out a total of $986,000. So that's the least we can put down and the most we can win all on one ticket. They won't take a bet for 10 cents, but they'll take the minimum bet of 9 cents and pay this one out. And that's not too bad there.
No, not at all.
25 goes into $1 million. Let me just try to do some quick math here. So we're looking at about $39,000 on the average, $40,000 on the average if we can get 4 of these guys to hit home. Wow. That's not including the 3s and the twos. So we will really clean up if that's the case. And I will throw a little bit more on all of this. Actually, let's do this. All right. I'll add an extra $5 for another $1 million. How about that?
There you go.
All right, Dave. Who are our interceptors on our list?
All
Guys
right.
that throw an interception. What do you got?
We have Hayner.
Yep.
We have Winston.
Yep.
Cooper Rush.
Right.
Tommy Cutlets.
Okay.
And Russell Wilson.
5 guys?
5 guys.
Wilson, Cutlets, Hayner,
Winston,
Yep.
and Rush.
All right. I like it.
All right.
All right. Let's see here. Games to have a touchdown and a field goal in each half. Do you have that narrowed down?
So I have some in mind. I think I was going to go over that with you so we could work, because I know that's always a fun one to play.
My first instincts are Dolphins, Texans.
Yep, I was thinking that as well.
Let's throw Dallas and Carolina on there.
All right.
That's a weird
Yep,
one.
I like that one too. Man.
Buccaneers and Chargers.
Yep.
Bills and Lions.
All right.
You can put the Packers, Seahawks on there too, probably.
Probably could. Absolutely.
So that would be the list, and we can narrow it down from there.
All right.
All right. Your game to get to overtime today.
All right. Overtime today, Steve. Why not? Just a weird matchup here. Dallas and Carolina getting some overtime action today.
All right. I can see this. I can see for a good overtime game today. Let's see here. Give me this Houston-Miami game.
Okay.
Get to overtime with Houston and Miami. That one pays out. $14-1. And then yours, Dave, is which game?
Dallas and Carolina.
We'll just go ahead and bet these two for overtime right now. Plus 1260. So we are getting $5 to win 1,000, 15. If the Dolphins and Texans and Cowboys, Panthers can go into overtime.
Interesting.
All right, let's do the most popular 2-touchdown sounder in all of sports. We'll go ahead and cue it up. We thank everyone for tuning in this morning. Last of the tickets rotating through the screen. And we are right at noon, so this is perfect.
Perfect.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Hey, give me 2.5 and a Rick Bell. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers,
I love that. All right, Dave, your 2 touchdowns.
All right, 2 touchdowns today. We're going to go with Devontae Adams, Scary Terry McLaurin, Nick Westbrook Akine, and then we're going to round it off with Jonnu Smith in Miami.
All right. We of course we have 2 touchdown scores in the million scenarios here. I'll give you Jaden Daniels for the Commanders today. A little bit of a homecoming in front of the Bayou home faithful. This could be one of the things where they're like, he has 50 to 100 fans, friends and fans in the stadium. And there it is, on the whole lower bowl wearing Jaden Daniels jerseys in the corner there. Give me Chase Brown for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and give me Joe Mixon for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and give me Chuba Hubbard for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and give me Derrick Henry for 2 touchdowns today. All those guys' favorites. And yes, I did play them myself. Give me Mike Evans for 2. Give me Ramondre Stevenson for 2. Go ahead and give me, under radar play, Keon Coleman for 2. And then Dontavian Wicks for 2. touchdowns today as well.
Nice.
2 long shots there at the end of the day. In fact, let's see just what that pays out. The 2 touchdowns for, just because I want to have this one in the bag here now that I mentioned it. Only if it's for a couple of bucks here. So it is Dontavian Wicks at 50-1. And it's the game before that, right, with Keon Coleman and the Bills, right?
Yep.
So Coleman and the Bills and Dontavian Wicks. Man, I'll feel like really smart if this bet kind of hits, you know?
Oh.
35-1. Let's see here. $2.50 pays $4,587. That's good enough for $4 for me. $4 wins $7,340. 2 touchdowns, Wicks and Keon Coleman. All right, best bets for you, Dave.
All right, best bets. We still have, playing around a little bit last night and looking at some different stuff. Still have to fire my usual stuff in, so I don't have as much as I usually do right now. But, Steve, we're just going to go with this little 4-leg anytime touchdowns of DeAndre Hopkins, Justice Hill, Scary Terry McLaurin, and Jonnu Smith. Just a 4-legger. We got a nice little boost on that. It's an El Cheapo ticket, but I tell you what, it pays pretty nice, Steve. So that's about $3 for $530 for these 4 guys.
All right. I'm going to look at alternate lines for Washington, the Jets to cover point spreads. And I'll look for alternate overs with the Dolphins and Texans and the Buccaneers and the Chargers. And I'll probably throw the Bengals in there in somewhat of an alt line as well. Just trusting that they can beat a bad Tennessee team. A Tennessee team who never covers the spread. Quarterback rushers on the day. These are all guys who qualify. I'm going to comb through this some more. Do what you want with the yards, whether it's their baseline or 25, or if you get a great price for 40 and want to take a stab, go for it. But quarterback rushers, Hayner, Stroud, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love, Mac Jones. I'll go passing attempts under for Lamar and for Jameis Winston. I'll probably do that for the Eagles and the Steelers too, and one just overall play. Running back receive yards. We got a few of them on here. Brian Robinson, Pacheco, ETN, Justice Hill, and he's 25-1 for the most receiving yards and rush yards combined for the game. Justice Hill, Connor, Ramondre Stevenson, Jalen Warren, and Barkley, all for receive yards. Running back rush yards, I had one guy and I scratched him out, so I guess I don't have any of those. Wide receivers, I'm going to look at their yards. I'll look at McLaurin. I'll see what we can find on McCaffrey and your boy Diami Brown as well. I'm going to take a stare at Tyler Boyd because he's playing his old team today. I'll take a look at McMillan as well for the Buccaneers. Quentin Johnston, Mike Evans. I'll throw Wicks on that list. Tight ends I got listed. I got Ertz. I got Tanner Hudson, who could be very good in garbage time. Let's give Jamar Chase a break type of game. Trey McBride could have a great game as well. And in quarterback passing, either yards or touchdowns, I'm going to take a look at Jaden Daniels. I'll take a look at Tua. I'll take a look at Stroud. I'll take a look at Bryce Young. That's his rush, actually, for Bryce Young, so maybe not his passing. Jaden Daniels, I said him. Let's see, Drake May, Rodgers, Baker, Herbert, and Josh Allen I'll throw on that list as well. Yes, Pacheco, rushing yards baseline is what I'm meant to write down because I think he could maybe have the most rushing of the day of any running back. All right, Dave, anything else?
No, I think we're in, hopefully anyway, for some exciting football.
All right, we'll close it up. We'll queue up the pie tasters. This is the round robin NFL Week 15 on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Our next program airs tomorrow night with What the Puck is Going On, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we'll have Sizzle Lean, our fitness show, at noon on Wednesday. And maybe it's time for season 2 of Inquisition Unknown question mark.
It sounds like it.
It sounds like it's time. All right, guys, good luck on your tickets. Let's get a winning Week 15 under our belts. We need that Christmas money. Have fun and good luck.